Yo, we in here. Check one. Let's move this up out the way. Yeah.
Yep. What up, baby?
What's going on? Man, Warren, it was good to hang out with you. What's happening, man? No, we got you.
What's up, man? How you doing?
We're going on right now. What's up, Alan? Damien, pleasure to meet you. Have a seat right over there. We already got you set up.
Absolutely.
And one show, get you right in the next one. Yeah, I got you. Sorry, I didn't mean to ignore you. I got you. Nah, we got you. We'll kill you. You'll be good.
Hey, Riggs.
Give you the fist bump, man. We'll give you the fist bump. There you go.
We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top two, but we ain't two, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Hold up, man. Hold up, man. New York in the house. New York's in the house.
New York City, stand up, baby.
New York's in the house. Hey, welcome into the national television edition of D-Lo and KC, the Thursday, March 9th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
Acknowledge me!
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And this handsome face you see on the live stream, ESPN New York, Alan Hahn, literally just wrapped up his show in New York. He did the show here from the Odyssey Studios. Obviously, the Sacramento Kings take on the New York Knicks tonight. Alan, we're thrilled to have you. Thanks for stopping by. I know after talking for 3 or 4 hours, the last thing you want to do is come in and talk some more. Believe me, we can absolutely relate, but we appreciate you jumping in here.
No, I love it. I'll tell you what, you guys got bars. I mean, to hear an intro like that. So our intro, we have an intro that we love that our listeners always get hyped about because it's like it's got everything that you want in it, right? It's got the New York flavor. But I mean, I come in here and it's like, you guys, I mean, seriously, you guys got a vibe. I like this.
Yeah,
this is really impressive.
Here,
I love it.
Create something. Luckily, we've been doing the show for 2.5 years, and we had like all this music before, but it was hard to get hyped up when the team was 21-41. So now we got a team that's actually good and like the energy's in there. So
I can relate. All right. I can relate because that's the fun thing I think we'll have tonight is, you know, two franchises been a long time, right? And two franchises playing really well at the same time. And I'm looking forward to the game tonight because you're right. Like, you know, they've got the beam that they put up after games and stuff. I want to see that.
You heard it here first, New York, because you know you only get the beam if the Kings win.
Oh, damn. No, I don't want to see it tonight.
Clip that.
Never mind. I did not say that.
Boy, New York.
I want to see it at some point. You don't have to play it tonight, but no, but still, I thought it's really cool what's going on here. I love the arena. Looks good. We're over there. That's where we're staying with the team and stuff. And so it's good. It's good. Like, you know, there's certain markets that, you know, just have a great energy about this game, right? That you certain places, like I traveled when I was covering the Knicks as a beat writer, I traveled all the time, all different cities you go to. Some places like that's a nap town, man. There's nothing going on there. But there's other places where you know, you okay? You good?
Yeah, it's all right.
You need a lozenge, maybe. But there's other places that you go and like you're in the building, you're like, it doesn't matter if the team's good or bad. The people are just into the game, and this was always one of them.
Yeah. Well, they're far more into it now. Believe me,
yeah,
like you'll see it tonight.
Yeah, looking forward to it.
And it's fun. It's funny because in preparing for tonight's game, second time these two teams have played, going back and looking at the first game, not pretty for Sacramento, but for New York, you know, we think of you know Tom Thibodeau and the way he's always orchestrated teams, and it's, you know, defense. Mike Brown's got so much work ahead of him to fix this awful Sacramento Kings defense of the last 2 years have been dreadful. The last 16 years have not been good. But you got like the first and like seventh offense.
Yeah. It's the offense. They are, I think it's fourth or fifth.
Man,
their defense is just creeping into the top 10.
Tom Thibodeau rolling over in his grave at top 5 offense
right
now.
I thought this guy couldn't coach offense, right? Here's the other thing. You know, and we all hear this stuff because when you have fans in our show, we get these calls all the time. Team that hasn't had great success in a long amount of time. When there's a little bit of success, those fans right away, it's not going to last. They find every reason to pick at whatever's going right for a change and say how it's not going to last. And so the knocks on Tom Thibodeau, who's only coach of the year 2 years ago, it's that he can't coach offense, right? It's not imaginative. He won't play young players, right? He won't do that. And he drives his players into the ground. He grinds them out, and they all get hurt, and he is with the Knicks. He is, I think it's now 15 games over 500 in the last quarter of an NBA season, right? If you count this year, which we obviously are just getting through, we're a little bit into the last quarter, and his first 2 years. He is playing. This is back in December when they were off to a bad start, and there was a lot of talk about should he still be the head coach. And he's like, you know what? I'm doing it my way. And he changed the rotation, tightened it up, and he said, Evan Fournier doesn't fit the way we want to play. He's going to sit. Derrick Rose doesn't really fit anymore the way I want to play. He's got to sit. And the front office, which you would think in most cases, we just gave Evan Fournier $7 million. You're not sitting him, but they let him. Derrick Rose is, you're not sitting him. You're not sitting Cam Reddish. We give up a first-round pick for him, but he sat him, and they let him. And ever since then, they 30-15. Like they've gone on a terrific run. You let your coach coach. Yeah. The guys he sat are veterans. The guys he's playing, young players and draft picks, homegrown draft picks. So the case of he doesn't develop players, out the window. Now, a lot of minutes, that stuff is true. But Julius Randle hasn't missed a game this season. Plays every single game, whether he's tired or not. Every guy wants to play, and no one complains about playing, right? No guy's going to say, you know what, I played 38 minutes tonight. That's too much. I don't want to play 30. Everybody wants to play 38 minutes. So the success is based on players who fit the style of the coach. And that's what I like about here as well. Like Davion Mitchell, like guys like that. When you see Mike Brown, you know what Mike Brown's about? You see how they've drafted around here, and you see, you get players who fit the coach. And that's when you get success.
Everything that he said about the roster and playing time and nobody complaining sounds eerily similar to what's going on around here right now. I want to take it back, go a little big picture. Because Alan, I'm not saying this. They'll let you know this ain't just because you're here right now. I'm a Knicks supporter.
Oh,
I love New York City.
Okay,
and I'm not saying I'm a Knicks fan. I'm a Kings fan. I'm not.
I get it.
All day long.
He's a Knicks fan.
I like the Knicks. I like New York City, man. Okay. That's my place. So I look at what's going on with the Knicks and what they had 2 years ago when they got back into the playoffs and it was movie status at the Garden. Then they had the down year last year.
Right.
Now they're back up at it again. What's New York looking like? I've heard things where maybe even more than that year they made the playoffs. Like the city is completely locked in and bought in on this Knicks team. Like what's going out there in New York City with the Knicks right now?
2 years ago was the vibe because we're coming out of COVID. Where people are getting back in the building and stuff, and so there was this feeling of we've come out of what was a dark time, which I know the whole country can relate to, and then the team's good, which is the first time in a long time they were good, and so there was a lot of hysteria, like the playoff game that they won. They won Game 2 against the Hawks at the Garden. And I do the pre and post game show. And so we're across the street in a studio that has like the windows that look towards the Garden on 7th Avenue, right in the heart of Manhattan. And when the building emptied, you couldn't get down 7th Avenue. Like the traffic stopped. Nothing moved because 20,000 people that were in an arena were now standing on 7th Avenue and just jumping up and down, climbing on street lights, pounding on the glass on our studio. Like it was unbelievable. It's the whole bing bong thing, right? Like that's really all, all like that just showed you it was a new generation of energy from the old heads who remembered what like the late 90s were about, but then didn't have a lot of things to celebrate. So that was fun. Last year, injuries, a couple of moves that didn't make sense. And, they really weren't the same team. And Julius Randle was an all-star the previous year. There was some frustration of, man, we couldn't build off that. And that was frustrating. But this year's team kind of snuck up on people because we didn't know what they were going to be. Like the Vegas over-under was 41.5 wins. That's barely a 500 team, right? So there's not a lot of anticipation. Maybe there'll be a 7-10 team. But over the last half of the season, so the second half of the season, as they've just continued to stack wins, they just had a 9-game winning streak. And you're not doing it against scrubs. I mean, you're beating the Celtics twice. You're beating the Heat in Miami. You're beating your rivals. It also, I will dare to add, that once the Nets blew that thing up and KD was out of there and Kyrie was out of there, we had to bring some people back in the family now. Like, there was some, there were some people that, started to drift away.
Yeah.
And now all of a sudden, those same people that were all about Brooklyn are now all of a sudden like, oh, I like what the Knicks are doing. Like, oh, okay, come on back.
I want
We
Kings fans to
understand.
take note of that
We
because
understand.
that's on the verge of happening with the
Absolutely.
Golden State
Yeah.
Warriors in
Oh,
about
yeah.
2 or 3 years.
believe
So
that.
keep that note.
Oh,
in
the
back of your head.
Warriors stole some people here.
Oh,
huh?
God,
my God.
Alan, this team's been bad for 16
I'm
years.
aware.
Like
Yeah,
it's to
I'm
like,
aware.
man, like,
Yeah.
and look, you're not even at the point where you blame people. Like Kenny has kids that haven't seen like the Kings be good.
Yeah.
Here's
no
all you
idea.
need to know. In our studio that we work with on our staff is Wally Zerbiak. Now, he was an
Oh,
all-star.
Shout out
geez.
Wally.
Minnesota, right?
Oh, goodness.
Minnesota Timberwolves, right? All that stuff. Everybody remembers Wally. The last time the Kings made the playoffs was like Wally's like third, fourth year in the league.
Jeez.
Wally's a 45-year-old man with 5 kids. So that's all we always say is like, hey, Wally, remember when the Kings made the playoffs? I was like, yeah, I do remember. Actually, I played against them.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's been a minute, but that's the fun thing though. This is the time to me that's fun, is when you now get back and then you realize, okay, it's not a fluke. It wasn't just a good start. Now we're back to, it's like you start believing in this team and seeing what they can be. And I know what people ask me about the Knicks. All right, well, how good can they be? What can they really do? I look at the Kings. So what do you have here? And what is the belief here of what they can become when you look at the West and you see, okay, so the Suns tried to add KD and really go for it. Dallas has those 2 guys. LeBron's always going to try to build something. Golden State, who knows? But what are the Kings? What are people expecting out of this now that you've arrived or returned to the NBA? Like you're out of relegation, you're back now in the league. What can they be?
Well, I'll tell you this, Alan. First of all, we haven't even got there. I might have gotten there because I'm, a little fearless with this. We're scared to death. We just worried about handling business this year, getting into the playoffs, and then
Hey,
we'll take it from there. Nobody's looking like,
No?
what could this be?
We're
in the
like in
future?
2 years, we're going to be contending for a
No,
championship.
no,
None of that.
Hell
no, no.
Oh my God.
No, we've lived through that before, Alan. There was a stretch of time where we were working out how to make sure we could sign impactful free agents to save a max contract for De'Aaron Fox and Marvin Bagley.
Ooh.
We lived through that. So forgive us if we're not super. I'll go a step further. We're Russell Wilson. We're just trying to go 1-0 every day.
That's what we're doing. 1-0 every
We're
day.
just trying to go 1-0 every day.
And there's still people scared right now about the playoff, like making the playoffs.
Making the playoffs?
Yes.
See, but you know what?
You're going to make me look it up because I know there's probabilities done on this.
Oh, they're close.
The numbers are crazy.
I'm gonna give it to you.
definitely-
I
You
think
wanna know?
the Warriors number was like 13-2.
Yeah, they
that
have to
they
go
have
like
to go.
13.
the
I'm going
rest
to tell you
of the
right
year.
now, Sacramento Kings. Right now, this is this website called Basketball Reference. I'm sure you know, and they do probabilities, and every day they do the entire league, and they do 10,000 simulations of the rest of the season. 10,000. Then they give you the average wins. They tell you the best case scenario, the worst case scenario, and then the percentage of probability that they make the playoffs. Do you want me to give you the Sacramento Kings?
Absolutely.
So the average win total for this season as of today is 47.6 wins.
Oof.
Would you like that?
Ooh.
Okay. If
Let's
that's
go.
not enough for you, let me give you your best case scenario. I'll give you the worst first. The worst thing that'll happen for the Sacramento Kings, according to 10,000 simulations, is they will finish 40-42. Now that's a problem, right? 2 games under
2
500.
more wins.
That's a problem. Right.
Shout out
That's
to our
the
guys.
worst
at the-
thing that has happened.
Yeah.
The best case scenario is 55
Oh
wins.
my God.
A 55-27 finish. Right now, the probability of the Kings to make the playoffs this year is 99.9%.
Wow. And that's top 6. That's playoffs. Is that?
Yeah, it's top 6. Now
top
play-in.
6. Yeah,
that
top
is
6,
make
okay.
the
Wow.
playoffs. So 99.9% chance to make the playoffs right now.
There's
I think
still-
you'd sign up for that. That's pretty good.
Absolutely.
Now,
There's-
for context, the Denver Nuggets and Memphis Grizzlies are at 100%. No other team in the West is over 99.9%. So right now, the Kings are the 3rd highest probability. And then overall in the entire league, if you want me to give you that.
Yeah.
There are right now 4 teams in the East that are 100% playoff bound, and that is the Bucks, the Celtics, the Sixers, and the Cavs. And the Knicks, my Knicks, are at 99.4%. So we're also edging closer. Who knows? Get a win tonight, Sacramento. Maybe that moves up to
Alan, you want to see the
99.9.
beam?
We shall
I'll
see.
show you the beam.
No, I'll hold up a flashlight if you'd like after the game. We'll do that. We had a problem in New York because the Empire State Building normally lights up as well to celebrate different things. And when the Philadelphia Eagles won the NFC Championship, the Empire State Building lit up in green. Now, the Jets are green, but they weren't doing anything back then. So it was for the Eagles, and Giants fans lost it.
Understand.
So that's when I always think about the beam, and I think, now that's how you're supposed to do it as a sports town. Only celebrate our wins, not anybody else's.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's wild. Hey, thanks for stopping by,
Yeah,
man. We appreciate it.
this was
This was a blast. Again, I'm very confident you're tired of talking, so we appreciate you jumping in here, spending some time with us. Alan Hahn, ESPN in New York. He'll be doing some post-game stuff for the New York Knicks tonight. Of course, the New York Knicks, Sacramento Kings on TNT tonight. We'll come back. Will Z will join us. We'll continue to talk about the Sacramento Kings taking the national stage tonight against the New York Knicks. We're just getting started. We're here with you for the next 4 hours on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. That was awesome, man. Thank you.
You got it. You got it. I've got that one.
Appreciate you, man.
Thanks so
Thank
much.
you.
Thanks so much.
That was tremendous.
Continued good luck and success.
Yes, sir,
Yeah, no
man.
doubt.
Yes,
You
sir.
too. We'll see you in the
That
finals.
NBA finals. I need that finals. I need that Knicks Kings finals.
We'll
Let's
see you in the
go.
finals.
All right, man. The KC Classic. It's gonna happen one day. It's gonna happen one day. Maybe this year.
Oh, yeah, he was ready to go. He was ready to go. I was like, what do we do here? Like, we'll just break some of the rules and go. We really do.
Danny in San Francisco is rolling over.
He absolutely. Wow. Yeah. Yes, indeed. What's good, everybody? Oh man, right on, Dr. David. Glad you got a chance to listen to that. Corners of the Culture. Oh yeah, I ain't even gonna front. We on point today.
Yeah, man.
Good God, man, we on point today.
That jacket, man. That jacket crazy.
Yeah, I ain't gonna
that
be.
Jacket crazy.
I'm
bro.
gonna be like Ricky Starks. I ain't gonna be humble. I put this shit on this morning. I was like, God damn.
Said, you
I was
can't
like-
tell me nothing.
I was like, yep, this is it. This is it. This purchase was on point. The 2 jackets I got from that site were on point. The other one's an overcoat I'm gonna wear with a suit, but
Well,
it is nasty.
You're gonna have plenty of time to wear it in the next week. I mean, we just raining forever right now. It's
You know, I
ridiculous. Smart.
I put this on. The first thing I said was, "When Kenny and I take pictures, I'm wearing this." This is absolutely what I'm wearing. I'm taking this. Lazy, what you doing here?
Lazy, hey, bro, you on East Coast time? Lazy, it's not 2 yet.
Lazy got 2. Lazy went and got a new iPad so he could have. Lazy got 2 iPads side by side. Yeah, buddy.
Tired.
Okay.
How-
All right.
Uh-oh.
I'm sorry. Just this isn't necessary. You know who? I showed you who. Even Doug Christie got in on the act. Doug Christie sends me a picture of the big screen. He says, "Bro, I didn't know you was moonlighting." All right, that's very funny.
Oh boy, dude, look like Ricky Starks, man. Now I got there just as Ricky was coming out, just in time to see him get.
He's got a great entrance. Yeah, like him all of that, and we get 30 seconds of Ricky Starks.
And
Before
I'm with
Juice lays his ass
Warren.
out.
Warren tweeted out AEW, and I agree. I need to find that and retweet it. The hell was that about Jaden not being out there?
Not good.
Looks like Sean Kemp's not going to get charged either.
Okay.
I guess they fired at him and he fired back is
Oh my
the
gosh,
news story.
Jesus.
Yeah, something about that just doesn't.
Whew.
Okay. Oh, Will. Whoops. Hi, William.
What's up, guys?
Sorry, buddy.
So not only do you guys have me following Alan, but you guys are looking like that? Man, I got to
You
step
look-
up my game.
I'm just out here, man. I'm just trying to stay cool. I was cold last night walking to the car. It was freezing.
Yeah, well, it was definitely cold.
And then I get in the car, it's like 55 degrees. That's not that cold.
Yeah.
But I was freezing.
Yeah.
I couldn't make it on the East Coast, bro.
You couldn't.
No.
You don't even get used to it. It's just like miserable. It's just like this.
I found out that I'm pretty much always cold.
Are there people out there that like that kind of cold?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's all they
Absolutely.
know, though.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Will, you look fantastic. Knock it off.
Oh,
When's the next game? You got plans for your next game, Will?
I don't. The tickets are just like they skyrocketed.
Yeah.
So I'm just happy with how much I got to go at the beginning of the season.
Yeah. I saw we got some tweets about the playoff tickets got sent to season ticket holders.
Mhm.
You wait 16 years, the price has changed.
It ain't the 06
The price,
prices.
yeah, these are not 2006 prices, man.
I keep debating if I'm going to pull the trigger for the first game, but I feel like everyone in the city is thinking that. So
You know what I think, man. When and obviously I speak from a different position, so forgive me, but you really want to do something, be downtown.
Yeah.
Obviously it would be great to be in the game, but man, that's gonna cost. That's gonna cost so much. Like if you really want to be a part of it, just go downtown and
that's a
hang
good
out.
idea.
We're coming back, Will. Hang on. Again, appreciate Alan wrapping up his show in New York and jumping on over to hang out with us again. For those just tuning in, Alan Hahn did a show live from our studios here in Sacramento, obviously gearing up. He does some TV work for the New York Knicks, gearing up for the nationally televised game. And I do want to mention, as our buddy Will Z here is here with us, we've got a loaded show today. Olivia's back with us, fresh off her trip to spring training. She'll be with us coming up in about an hour. Immediately after Olivia, Joe Davidson is going to be with us. The Sac State women's basketball team clinched a spot in the NCAA tournament by winning the Big Sky Conference last night.
Big ups.
Brian Anderson, who's on the call for the NBA on TNT tonight for the Kings and Knicks, he's going to be with us right about 2:20. And then Matt George, Locked On Kings, going to join us the final hour of the show.
Baddie Thursday.
Indeed. Heightened. Yeah, I mean, Alan's a baddie. Like, boy, we came out the gate.
Baddie Thursday going crazy.
And now we got Will Z, who's the baddie of numbers. And Will, let's
baddie of numbers.
Let's
put it on the show.
Let's dive into it. We were actually just talking to Alan about this. The Knicks were once a heavy hand on defense.
Mm-hmm.
Still very good, but man, as you wrote about this morning on ESPN 1320.com, they have figured out the offensive side of the ball.
And they're one of the most unique offensive teams that I think I've really dived into this year. And I think Alan said it. They're the 5th ranked offense in the league. And just the way they do it is so unique because they're not a good shooting team, but they're so good at rebounding that they're able to grab the rebounds and use that to their advantage. So their field goal percentage of 46.6 is the 24th in the NBA, and their three-point percentage, 35.1, is 22nd. To have those numbers and be the 5th best offense is just it's mind-boggling.
Yeah. And where, like, who's the catalyst for that? Is it Julius Randle? Is it Jalen Brunson? I know he attacks a lot, gets into the mid range. I mean, who, in your opinion, is the catalyst for that? I would say the combination of both of those guys and the way they play the game probably has a lot to do with that.
Yeah, I think so too. I think it is just that combination of the two of them. And then the Josh Hart pickup for them is so sneaky good because he's one of the best rebounding guards in the league. So to have Randall and Brunson be able to go get a shot anytime you need it and have their role players really fit that mold of grabbing rebounds and kind of doing the dirty work while those two stars go off it's such an interesting combination of players that they have. And yeah, I think Josh Hart is one of the big reasons that they've kind of taken off since the trade deadline.
Yeah. Julius Randle hates the Kings. I don't know why.
What did we do to him? I tried to get him. I tried to get him.
Well, I think he went to Twitter. He did like Ricky Starks does. He vanity searched his name on Twitter and found Sacramento and was like, oh, that's what y'all think about me. Okay, I'm going to torch y'all. I'm going to get thrown out. and I'm still going to wind up finishing with 27. I mean, I look back at this, Will, and I'm sure you're very, very aware of this. There are only 2 games that the Kings didn't score 100 points this entire season, and that New York Knicks game where they scored 99 was one of them.
Yeah, and it's the Knicks don't have, like I said in the article, they're not the best defense, but they can still lock down. Like they have the ability, kind of like the Kings, to lock down when they need to. And Julius Randle, he's just on a whole other level this year. Like he's gotten even better this year than he's been previously.
And he's was good before.
Yeah.
Which I don't know why people fight that. Like Julius Randle is a good ball player. I do want to point out De'Aaron didn't play in that first game.
Yeah.
De'Aaron was out in that one.
Yeah.
So
the pace, that was something that you talked about in your article. And you know, the Knicks not really playing anywhere near the type of pace that the Kings normally play at. Can you kind of like help me out and others out with like exactly what is that literally what it sounds like, just pushing the ball as fast as you can up the court, or is it tell something a little more in depth as far as like fast break points? Are those weighted the same as if you get it out the net and push it up the floor? Is it how quick that you take a shot within the shot clock? Like kind of break down the difference between the two teams when you talk about pace, because the Kings are way up at the top, and I think you said the Knicks are 27th in the league in pace.
Yeah, and I don't know exactly how it's calculated, but I think that it stems similar to kind of what I was saying earlier with the rebounds, how the Knicks like to grab those offensive rebounds, and that just slows down a game. It almost doubles the time of possession for them and just allows them to dictate so much of it. Where the Kings, I mean, pace isn't as important for the Kings as it has been in recent years. They don't have to get out and run. It's not their defining factor. But I mean, it helps. And I wrote in the article, I forget the number off the top of my head, but when the Kings get at least 16 fast break points, they're 19-8. So it just shows that when they do get out and run, they do well. And I think the Knicks just do a good job of slowing it down. And I have another idea of something I want to look at too, but they just do a good job of dictating their game. And I think it'll be super important for the Kings to it doesn't have to be the highest paced game in the league or for the Kings season. It just can't be as low as the Knicks like to have it.
What's your swing stat tonight?
The rebounds. So the Knicks are so good rebounding. When they out-rebound their opponent, let me pull this back up. It has like a direct correlation on their winning and losing. So when the Knicks out-rebound their opponent, they're 32-11. When they tie or get out-rebounded, they're 7-17. So two drastic sides of the results based on that rebounding number. Kings are a very good defensive rebounding team. They're not going to go out and score and get offensive rebounds at that high of a volume, but they have, I think, the ability to stick with the Knicks in that category. It'll just be interesting to see how it turns out.
Will Z, he's got the numbers for us.
What did you call him? The baddie of numbers.
The baddie of numbers. Yeah, the baddie of numbers indeed. I love that Will's mind started. Oh, Will, like right in the middle of the conversation, like, I got an idea. Will's gonna have like a 10-tweet thread coming up here immediately following this conversation, so he can get whatever is burning in his head out.
That's why I love listening to you guys, and I love listening to sports talk all day because it's what generates my ideas. Like sometimes I'll be looking for something, and if I'm just kind of looking early in the morning or at night, it's like I'm forcing it. But when I'm able to listen to such good content, it really drives ideas, and I'm able to kind of pick up on those and go see what I can find.
Yeah, the rebounding stuff makes me nervous. I can't lie.
Makes you nervous.
Yeah,
they're a great defensive rebounding team. The Kings are.
They are 55-41.
Well,
that was at the Garden,
the
Mecca. The Knicks are terrible at the Garden.
Now they're at the new Mecca.
Right,
the West Coast.
Think this will be a big Trey Lyles game. I could see him getting a lot of minutes with Julius Randle out there.
And it's funny you say that because I'm not sure how much Trey Lyles played in that first game.
I can
think
tell
he
you.
played that much. I don't think he was like indoctrinated into the
This was
rotation
December
like that.
11th. Trey Lyles played 8 minutes in that game, was 3 of 6.
Yeah, he wasn't really in the rotation.
There was no one. Domantas Sabonis had 12. He had 20, 12, and 4. As I'm about to utter the sentence, no one really got going in that game, right? Like and De'Aaron's absence is glaring. Like Davion is fine, but his 7 points versus what De'Aaron does, it's a little bit different in that one. There was no, Malik had 12 in that one, but it took him 15 shots to get there. This was a KZ Okpala game. Trey Lyles did, he got 6 shots up in 8 minutes, so it could be him. But this was a game where KZ Okpala played 4 minutes. So
Casey,
yeah, that's not that. I don't know. I don't know if
Get well
that's
soon, big dog.
I don't know if that's Kessler Edwards or I don't know who the new KZ Okpala is.
I don't know if we see the KZ though, because De'Aaron wasn't there.
Solid point. Yeah, good stuff. We'll let you get back to work and let you get whatever number idea is turning in your head out. We appreciate you, man. Thank you as always.
Appreciate you guys. Have a good one.
Well,
All right. It's our guy, Will Z. By the way, Will Z already confirmed to be a part of the first ever live D-Lo and KC broadcast from Sky River Casino.
yeah, man.
1 week from tomorrow, our very first live broadcast. We will be at Sky River Casino in Elk Grove, in their sports bar.
Sports bar is sick.
Oh my God, it is incredible.
For those who haven't been there, I think you guys remember me talking about it when it first opened. It's as advertised. That sports bar is sick. And you talk about D-Lo and KC being there. You talk about the NCAA tournament going on.
Oh yeah, we'll have every game we'll be playing.
You talk about St. Patrick's Day.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think there's any other place in this city you'd rather be next Friday.
We got the Dope One's birthday celebration.
Oh man.
Already confirmed for the live show at Sky River Casino. Will Z, Coach David Patrick, the Dope Ones, and I'm gonna ask a few people at the arena tonight. I might even invite Deuce and Mo to come hang out. Be like, hey, y'all want to do something? Come hang out with us at Sky River Casino.
Pull up. Come pull
Let y'all
up.
come hang out with us. Yeah, we're gonna fill that show out, man. It is gonna be blessed. This has been a long time in the works, man.
Yeah.
If you're new to D-Lo and KC, we took the air on August 17th of 2020. We were at home. We were in the house.
Yeah.
Most of the company was still at home. There was no thought of a live broadcast. I think it was August 18th that Kenny first pitched the live broadcast idea. And it was like, no, there's threat of death. Like, let's hold out. And then, maybe once, twice a week. Hey, what's up with this live broad? Hey, we gotta do something.
What's up?
And it took a while. We did the thing at Top Golf, which was cool. And let me say this definitively. This is our first event at Sky River Casino. It's far from the last. Let me say this is our first live outing.
Yeah.
But the second one is already scheduled.
Yeah.
We got a watch party coming up for a Kings Mavericks game that we'll tell you about as we get closer to it. But we will be doing the entire show noon to 4 next Friday, 1 week from tomorrow, from Sky River Casino in Elk Grove. Let me point out one other thing, and this is for the Mannies, and this is for the Dr. Davids, and this is for the KCs. This is a casino for adults. So as much as we love to see the little ones and hang out with the little ones, this is in every sense of the word a grown folks party.
Yeah.
So we'll plan another event at another time where the kids can come hang out. But this is for the grown folks. So our first live broadcast 1 week from tomorrow, Sky River Casino in Elk Grove. Man, we riding with Sky River hard.
Those are
in
people.
2023.
Those are our people.
And we'll tell you more about that.
It's gonna be such a good time, such good vibes.
We'll tell you more about what we're doing with Sky River Casino on Monday. Come on, man. D-Lo and KC are over. Oh, D-Lo and KC are over in this building, man.
We are the acclaimed of the
we scissor me, daddy. Scissormento was popping off. Scissormento was popping off at the Golden One Center last night. Woo, Lord.
Oh, yeah, man.
It was cool to hang out with Warren, too. Like, Warren was
Shout
sitting
out,
like
Warren.
3 rows behind us.
Yeah.
Like, yo, you solo? He's like, yeah. Come sit down here with me. I ain't got no friends. Like, come hang out with me.
Me and Warren had the same frustration last night, though.
Well, they couldn't even get the mic right for Jade.
Yeah.
We didn't even get to hear Jade last night. We came to see 2 people. Jade, who we had to see on the big screen, and Ricky Starks, who got attacked 30 seconds into
Didn't
his
even
appearance.
get a full promo out.
I can't lie. That was such a letdown when they took him out.
It was like that. That's it. So I kept watching the graphic to see, is like Ricky gonna be on Rampage,
Right.
or can I leave? Like, that's it. Y'all just took my guy out right out the gate.
That was cold game right there. That was cold game. Good time at AEW, though. It was cool.
Yeah, it was fun.
It was
It
cool.
was definitely fun.
Hey, I want to say something right now.
I didn't know Jesse's dad was a middle linebacker either. Damn, Jesse's.
Don't go across the middle. On
Yeah,
Jesse's
Jesse's dad would
Mr.
take
Tappy,
you
don't
out.
go across the
Yeah,
middle.
That's,
You know what I
that's
mean?
facts.
I'm gonna say it a couple times because I think like we need to start getting this into people's heads right now with the season coming down to an end, going into the playoffs. Alan already told you 99% top 6,
99.9.
0.9%
Yep.
top 6. Tonight, Kings Knicks, national TV, TNT broadcast.
Mhm.
Hey man, leave a little earlier.
Oh,
Leave a little earlier.
oh.
I'd say
Talk
leave
about
about
it.
20 to 30 minutes earlier than you normally would or you think you should. Because I just think back to that Nets game. Man, it was I
yeah.
was late.
So-
First of all, it was rough trying to get in that Nets game.
You were. And let me also, if you think you're going to Yard House and you're not already there, you're probably
Yeah,
not.
You need to be at Yard House now.
Yeah, y'all might want to go to the Yard House. You think you getting into Echo and Rig at 4:00? You better go get in line. Cause that's
real
gonna
talk.
be
That's real talk.
that's gonna be
Yeah,
jumping,
you-
man.
so-
Hey,
so,
tonight's
yeah.
gonna be a night.
Everybody plan to get there. If 7:00 game, you usually try to get there at 6:30. You probably want to get there at 6:00.
Yeah, do
It's
that.
It's big time.
Do
It's
that.
big time. And this is a situation where we talked about it yesterday. People asking for tickets. We've talked to people that we know. It ain't happening.
Yeah, it's not.
This is there are no tickets available. I ain't saying it's sold out. I don't know
No.
that. I'm just saying there's no like tickets readily available tonight. Everybody gonna be there. There's gonna be 18,000 people there. Get there early.
Our bosses asked us for tickets. Hey, I can ask. I just imagine that. I hate sending that text, but I do
I
it
do.
for our people. But it's like, hey, it's not for me. It's for you mentioned the names because hey, they wanna ...
Yeah.
You got anything for Thursday? I just imagine that text being open like this idiot. Like you can't be serious. No, I don't have anything for Thursday, but I'll keep you in mind. How about you send them to see the Oklahoma City Thunder? How about that? Stupid.
Send them to see the Spurs.
Send them to see the Spurs. That's just fine.
Hey, keep your eyes on that Spurs game, everybody. Keep your eyes on that Spurs game.
Can you refresh my memory when the Spurs game is?
It's like April 3rd.
I'm
or
stuck on the
something like
next
that.
3.
It's like April 3rd. It's like the 7th to last game of the season.
Versus San Antonio at the Golden One Center. Oh, that's a D-Lo special.
That is a D-Lo special.
I'll stay for that.
Yeah, that's a D-Lo special.
That's a 3:00 start.
I'm just saying. I talked to you about it off there, but that's the 7th to the last game of the season.
I got you. I smell what you're cooking.
Just do your maths, everybody, and just say, dang, like, all right, 7 seed is how many games behind?
Mm-hmm.
What would it look like to be able to officially say, we're in the playoffs?
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying. Friday against Portland or Sunday against the Spurs. Keep your eyes on them.
And for the record, that's at Portland.
That's at Portland.
So that's a little.
Well, you might be somewhere.
We might be somewhere. D'Lo and KC gonna be outside a lot.
Just be on guard that weekend, man. That's all I'm gonna say. Just be on guard that weekend.
If you're not following us yet, at D'Lo and KC at ESPN 1320 on all of our different social media accounts, y'all need to be following. You're gonna get alerts.
I don't know, Miss B. I don't know. Maybe.
Could be. Could be. What a weird night in the NBA it was.
Oh man, crazy night.
Sitting there watching, AEW at the Golden One Center and kept getting alerts like Kevin Durant went down in warm-ups.
That was crazy.
Warren shows his phone to me, and Luka Doncic is lipping around the court trying to, gut out a performance. They lost to the Pelicans, where Brandon Ingram rolled his ankle.
Rolled his ankle without rolling his ankle.
Yeah, we got word Steven Adams is out for another 4 weeks.
What they say, he got cell stem injections or something. What's it called?
The fact that you don't know is concerning.
Injection didn't sound right.
I'm missing one. KD, Luka, BI, Steven Adams. I feel
Lonzo
like
Ball.
Lonzo Ball. That was the other one.
I thought you were gonna say. Sean Kemp was in the news at that time too.
We
were reading about Sean Kemp at that same time.
Well, thankfully Sean Kemp wasn't injured last night.
Thank God.
Good Lord.
Hopefully nobody was injured.
Was anyone injured? Like Jesse was catching us up on this story.
The news story that I've seen so far is that his stuff was stolen. He did the Find My iPhone thing, went to go get it. They shot at him and then he shot back. So he's not being charged as of right now.
Gracious. Woo.
Man,
oh man.
All right. Well, no one's hurt.
To sidestep that just a little bit.
That's good because I really don't want to discuss Sean Kemp doing
It's crazy.
Just let that one live out there in the universe.
That KD thing was wild.
Yeah, that was weird, man.
That was so wild.
That
and now
was
it's a
weird.
Situation where they're bracing for him to be out for the rest of the year, possibly to start the playoffs.
We were talking about this last night. He didn't slip, right?
No, he just
stepped
and
wrong.
rolled his ankle.
Oh, that's awful.
And it was a bad roll.
That looked awful.
Just out of nowhere. There's nobody around him. There's nothing going on.
Layups. Yeah.
He attacked the basket that way and was going up for a dunk. He probably done that 50 million times in his life. And
but you've experienced that, right? Just the wrong step. Maybe not that severe.
Yeah, well, no, I've done it that severe, but not. But the difference is, I stepped on somebody's foot. I can't think off the top of my head. I've never done it like that. Nobody around you taking a step and rolling it that hard, just with nothing around. That is bizarre.
I thought they kept him out as a precautionary reason because, once you got past the 6-second video, he stayed down for a few minutes. He was flexing his foot. They came to check on him. He got up and then he finished his routine. So it wasn't like he just left. Like he finished his routine. Then he left, got evaluated. They ruled him out. And obviously the news kind of spiraled from there to where it looked like, maybe it's just a little precautionary measure to keep him out, which would have set up his first home game being Sacramento on Saturday. And very clearly that's not the case, as it looks like Kevin Durant will at minimum. And by the way, all of these reports, none of these are official. I don't think we've gotten official.
They're all reports. Yeah, they're not.
We have
Phoenix
not gotten
Suns.
an official report on
They're
Kevin
from
Durant.
Reporters in Phoenix,
Arizona.
but, they're not from the Phoenix Suns. I was listening to our guys Bonte and Butcher, and they talked about how, once again, like the Suns are supposed to play the Warriors on Monday. And did you know Kevin Durant has not played in Chase Center?
Really?
Yeah.
I did not know that.
And it's going to happen again.
There was a similar, I think there was a similar Kyrie in Cleveland stat that's gone now.
Yeah, he played.
It existed, but it existed for a while. Was that what it was?
Maybe.
It existed for a while where Kyrie had not played in Cleveland. I did not know that. Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, that's tough. We'll come back. We'll dive a little bit further into this as well. And is there a correlation between the Sacramento Kings and the Phoenix Suns?
Mm.
Talk about it D'Lo and Casey return here. And you mentioned Bonte and Butch. And there's something I want to say about that when we return here on ESPN 1320.
Yo, this is crazy, man. My head is spinning right now with all this college basketball on. I don't know what to do.
The radio show. Let's do that.
I don't know what to do, man. This is crazy. There's like 9 games on right now.
What are they? Tournament finals?
Just champ week.
I guess tournaments are still going on.
Yeah, Thursday's crazy. So
tournament will end Saturday because they got to select. Sunday.
There's some that are on Sunday.
Okay.
But like Thursday is always the craziest day because like Big East starts, ACC. Well, they don't now. They got an extra round, but they usually have like their full slate of games. ACC, Pac-12, Mountain West. All like Thursday's crazy. Like if I had to guess, there's 9 games on TV right now. Like on my Xfinity app, there's probably 15 to 20 tournament games going on right now. And it's going to be like that till 10 p.m.
D'Lo, you got Gator shoes and a cane to go with that jacket. Buddy, I assure you the shoes that I got on are better than Gator shoes. The shoes I got on got a little B on them. So I'll let you figure that out for yourself.
Don't hurt him. Don't hurt him.
I might have to.
Yeah, you got to do them like that.
I'm telling you, I put this thing on. I was like, it's over. It's over. You can't tell me nothing. I found out Jill Edge is coming to the game tonight. You can't tell me nothing.
Jill in the house. Jill in the house.
I'll have to show you who sent Jill tickets for her birthday.
Oh, my.
And we'll keep that between us. Can you see it from there? Very top. Oh, that didn't work.
Lord have mercy.
Hey.
Lord have mercy. That's what we doing?
Good people get treated to good things.
Absolutely. Well deserved, too. Well deserved.
Yeah, celebrate her birthday. Jill Adge and Papa Adge. D'Lo, will you be gambling at the casino? Nope.
Come on, man, get in there.
No, well,
get on Wheel of Fortune.
Maybe. I might. That casino's so damn attractive. I was like, man, I just want to. Just let me. Maybe I'll play a couple of things here.
You know who's
ain't no way I got on them.
You know who's a big Outcast fan? It's Catalina.
Oh, is that? Oh, that's right. I knew that. Yeah.
Catalina don't comment on none of our stuff, but the Outcast clip, yes, sir. Shout out Catalina.
Okay. Yeah. Shout out to the Odyssey Sacramento office that's just empty.
Empty. Everybody's like, it's raining today.
My man Justin Case is here. He and Charlie, Molly, and Kimberly. I don't know what Kimberly's doing here.
I don't either.
Like literally no one is here for Kimberly to oversee. She could just go home and live that life.
Kimberly said she's gonna be at Sky River, y'all.
Y'all gotta show up just to hang out with Kimberly, man.
Yeah. I told her I'm not moving the sign though.
She was really upset by that. Ooh, look at this graphic of Julius and De'Aaron. Come on, baby. We in here. Yeah, they giving us that good treatment right there.
Come on, man.
They giving us that good treatment right there.
Come on, man.
Y'all better recognize. Acknowledge me.
When is WWE coming back?
We
need to stop playing.
We gotta cut your 13th round better.
Well, usually
I'll do it.
Yeah, usually
That's not good. I'll do it.
Especially the timing. I try to keep it 2:20 so I can put it on Twitter, but I was just rambling this time. Oh.
Man, it just reminded me. It's me. We should be running Biggie music all day.
Big Papa.
Yes, that is a L on my part,
kick
man.
The wall round, raw flows, and that's how it goes.
916-909-1320. Leezy, we see you. Hang tight. We'll get to you here in just. I know, Leezy. He's two screening. That's all right.
What time is it?
We welcome everybody. You could two screen. Ain't nothing wrong with that. We family, and that's actually a good segue because I do want to mention. I know a lot of people who follow us on social media saw that Kyle was let go at 95-7 the game yesterday. Obviously, I'm frustrated for him. This is a brutal ass business, and I know how hard he works. I know how smart he is, and I know how good he is at this job. And I'll tell everyone what I told Kyle last night. Kyle was a great producer, and that producer role was available for him, so he took it. Kyle wants to be a host. If I have anything to say about it, Kyle's going to get an opportunity to host here on ESPN 1320. We're doing everything we can to expand the programming here, so D'Lo and KC aren't living on an island with, Greeny and Freddie Coleman. with all due respect to those guys, like they're great at their jobs, but we know what the people in this city want to listen to. With all due respect to those brothers, it's probably not them. And so we're going to continue to work to expand our programming here. Again, it was really, really frustrated to see what happened with Kyle at 95-7 the game, but it means a couple of things. Talk about confirmed. Yeah, Kyle's going to come through next week at Sky River Casino.
That's what's up.
Kyle's our Fridays blew up. Well, our Fridays are back. Kyle Matson is going to join us regularly on Friday. And also, I don't want to let this slide under the radar either. Like shout out to Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto. Those dudes have been in the market a very, very long time. I have no reason to believe they're not going to continue to be in the market. They really helped our show when we started and when we were 2 hours and we were still trying to figure things out, and the station was still trying to figure things out, and the company still tried to figure things out. And they were, very complimentary of us behind the scenes on social media, and did our show for a period of time as well. And they were let go also. So this game is tough. You play it as long as you can, but it's a tough business. So, all love to Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto. Well.
Absolutely. And I just want to echo that in that with Damon Bruce specifically, I've never met Ray Ratto. I've just always liked what he did from afar. But when I was a young KC, just listening to radio shows all the time, Damon Bruce, I was like, this dude, man, I don't like this dude. I don't like this dude, just listening or whatever, right? And then as I kind of got into this game a little bit, I, would come across these guys and I meet them. And I met Damon, and he was super nice to me. This was before I had D'Lo and KC. I was just like, Tony Harvey got me a media credential to write on something. Like I wasn't anybody in that respect. Couldn't have been nicer to me.
Yeah.
And then when we got this show, obviously, just supportive, super supportive when we expanded the show, and that cut into some of the time that they had out here. Couldn't have been nicer, couldn't have been supportive. All my interactions with Damon Bruce has been nothing but positive and nice. And I already know I feel like he can do whatever he wants.
Oh, he could.
He can do whatever he wants right now. Him and Ray. So definitely won't be the last we hear from them. It's gonna change a little bit. That's all. Yeah,
they've got strong Andy Reid vibes. Andy Reid left Philadelphia and then just picked what he wanted to do. I'm pretty sure Damon and Ratto can do the same thing. And truthfully, I believe Kyle has the opportunity. Absolutely. He has the same.
Really good at what he did. I always knew that from afar, but the week we did the show when you were on vacation, man, he was a godsend. He was great.
Yeah,
he was really good. He is really good at what he does, man.
Yeah, he's awesome, and we're gonna have some more of him here on ESPN 1320 while he decided what he wants. But he still writes. He still's got he's still got Candlestick Chronicles, and maybe him and Chris Biederman can start the Golden One Center Chronicles or so. Because again, I think I don't know if I might have been talking about this with Deuce or I was talking about with somebody before the last game. The way Chris Biederman has been able to adapt to being a Kings reporter like that quickly, because if you listen to Candlestick Chronicles, you're a 49ers fan, like he is so in depth with the San Francisco 49ers. I learned so much from listening to Chris and Kyle.
Yeah.
The fact that he's just able to do the exact same thing with the Sacramento Kings is incredible too. Just incredible.
It's really good. Yeah. It's really good. Yeah. I know he probably gets sick of me because when I see him at Kings games, all I want to do is talk 49ers.
I don't think he gets sick of that at all, man. I think that's his
like, yo, man, what we doing in the draft?
Yeah.
It's like, sir, I'm here to talk about.
Aren't you concerned about this 16-year playoff drought about to come to an end? Do you want to talk about that? You want to talk about the draft? 916-909-1320. Let's get our man Leezy in here. Leezus, what's happening, baby?
D-Lo and KC. What's good, kinfolk?
Sure.
What's up, man? What's up, HAL?
Man, it's crazy, man. I'm just.
Did you get permission to leave class today?
Hey, I'm a busy man, D-Lo.
Okay.
I always got time for ESPN 1320, though. I'm going to be at the Sky River event. I'm going to try to be out.
Oh, let's
That's
go.
love, man.
Let's
That's
go.
love.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, man. I was just trying to call in and talk about the Kings, man. I'm hyped for the game tonight. It's crazy that the Kings are the 2 seed. I'm excited for it. And, hey, D-Lo, I know we don't like talking about the D word, defense. But, hey, y'all going to have to lock up Julius Randle tonight, man, because we know as Kings fans what he can do. But I think the Kings going to squeak it out and get the W tonight.
Okay.
All right,
I'm
HAL.
with that. And
Appreciate
yes,
you.
Julius Randle, he is who he is, man. He's that dude. You know, he's that dude.
And for the record, I don't have to lock up Julius Randle. That ain't my job. Sacramento Kings most definitely.
No, we need to lock up Julius Randle.
Well. All right.
I always get so tickled by people who get irritated by that.
I'm not irritated
saying
by
you.
it. I just
No, you're not one of those
I ain't
people.
guarding Julius Randle tonight.
What do you mean? We? Oh, you're on the team? Oh, you on the team? Be quiet, Ramsey.
I think someone at the broadcast desk had a talking to about that.
Oh yeah.
I think because Kenny wants I didn't mean to say we. I meant to say them, but I said we because Kenny goes into a full explanation of what's going on. I didn't mean to say we. I meant to say them. I know someone may have. said
The
them.
funny thing about that, because I remember, I think I heard somebody talking about it. I think it was Hawk Harrelson, and they were like, "Oh, he's so over the top." The White Sox announcer, and he's such a homer and over the top, and he's like, "Well."
That's what
He
you're
knows his
talking to.
audience.
Yeah, that's
Like,
what you're talking to.
people in Detroit aren't tapped into the White
That's
Sox.
right.
It is White Sox fans, and
Yeah.
they are just as excited for a home run or just as frustrated with a missed call as the announcer. Like,
Yeah.
he's speaking for them. And if Kenny or Mark Jones or Katie or anybody, Drapes, talking about we, I'm watching like, yeah, we. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, that's fine. Ain't none. That's who you talking to.
people, I know it's probably like something that's taught in journalism 101, but I'm about the people, man. And
Not everyone has
Yeah.
to be James. Like you need James Hams,
Mhm,
right? You need that. Not everyone has to be James Ham.
yeah,
Like you could be, I think you, to a certain point, like you could be a fan. Like, ain't nothing wrong with that. You've got to cover the team objectively if you're in the media. But when you're on like the team's television broadcast,
right.
ain't nothing wrong with we. Kenny, you want to say we? Say we. Matt does it 7 times in a sentence.
Yeah.
And as our man Chester said, right here, I love it.
Yeah.
Yo, that's
Absolutely.
you said the perfect thing. Know your audience.
Know your audience, baby.
Know your audience.
On top of that, I think when the Kings win a championship, Kenny gonna get a ring, so he can say we.
Both Kennys are gonna get a ring. It'd be Kenny Caraway's second championship
Wow,
ring.
man.
Boy, Young Zell's coming out next Friday. The workforce around Sacramento is gonna be weakened. Because I know Bryce got the day off. Warren got the day off. Zell got the day off.
Pull up on us, man. It's gonna be
Live
such a good time,
show beginning at 12 o'clock. And
I'll tell you right now, Cheryl Grove probably gonna pull up too.
she should.
Yeah.
And just because the show ends at 4 o'clock doesn't mean the show ends at 4 o'clock.
No.
So come hang out. Sky River Casino next Friday. 916-909-1320. Let's get Tanner in here. Tanner, what's happening?
D-Lo and KC, what's going on, guys?
What up, Tanner?
Hey, all right, so let's just get straight to it. 16-year drought coming to an end.
Yeah.
Who do y'all want to see play against the Kings, and who do y'all want to avoid in the playoffs? That's my question. Let's go for it.
Okay.
You already know what this is for me, Tanner. I want to see the Mavericks. I mean, I would backhand the Mavericks. You know what I mean? Like that's who I
I
wanna
actually
see.
believe that. You would attempt to backhand the Mavericks.
I want the Mavericks, and I don't want to see the Warriors. Don't want nothing to do with Steph Curry. Although
You've been spending a couple of weeks talking about funny about them.
I mean, Steph Curry had 40 the other night.
I mean,
like 17.
I mean, I know.
Like,
I know. Home court advantage, though. I mean, that's got that. I mean, that's Kings winning. What would it be? 4-2? No, because it's 2.
They'd win.
Two.
Yeah, they'd finish it off in Chase. They'd finish it off in Chase.
Okay.
You
Get
know
one
what I'm
road
saying?
win. Okay.
Yeah, we'd finish it off in Chase.
Because they ain't winning at the Golden One Center.
No.
That might be their last road win. Was the one that they got at the Golden One Center.
They didn't even win here. They were both with Chase.
Okay.
They lost here.
Oh, I'll take it.
That's
then.
when me and Maybach were.
That's right. That's right. Look, man, I don't care who they play. I really don't.
I don't.
I don't mean that. I don't necessarily want them playing the Phoenix Suns. As I find that team, terrifying.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, hey, KD sprained his ankle. He might be out the rest of the season. Cool. Booker drops 43. It was Oklahoma City. Like, I get that, but I'm not going to turn my nose up at that. Oklahoma City beat the Golden State Warriors the night before.
Yeah.
And the Golden State Warriors are currently sitting in the 5th spot. So I don't think Dallas is very good, for the record.
Yeah.
I do not think Dallas is very good. I don't care who the Sacramento Kings play in the playoffs.
I don't either.
I think they can compete. I think they can beat any team in this Western Conference. If they were going up
100%.
against the Celtics in the first round, I'd be concerned. If they were going up against the if they were going against the Celtics or the Bucks, I'd be
Say the
concerned.
Sixers.
No,
Show some respect.
no, I'll show some respect for Joe. I ain't saying nothing about a James Harden playoff team. Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
I ain't mad at it.
I'll say this. I don't want the Kings going against Joel Embiid in the first round. That would concern me. But any team in the Western Conference, I think the Kings can rock with.
Absolutely. I think I look at that situation and I say, and I know these aren't first round matchups. I'm talking about the whole Western Conference playoffs. I think Denver would be something where I'd be like, I don't know. Phoenix and the Clippers. I'd be like, that's tough. That's a tough break. Anybody else? Your Memphises, your Dallases, Golden States, Pelicans, all these guys feel great. I feel great about the Kings facing one of those teams. Feel great. Take my chances. Does that mean that they're going to win and it's a guarantee? No. Listen to what I'm saying. It's not what I'm saying. I'm just telling you, I'd feel great about the Kings' chances going up against any of those teams. Like things are happening. Things are happening for the Kings right now. And I just hope that, things stay the course for them. But it's not, I want to tell you right now, people think I'm crazy. People think I'm a homer. Purple colored shades on. It's not inconceivable to think the Kings could do what Phoenix did a couple years ago. It's not inconceivable.
Yeah, you know what's funny about that? And I guess we're further along in the season. Didn't we bring that up a few months ago?
Mm-hmm.
Didn't we ask because most teams don't do ... And it was like, well, wait, Phoenix missed the playoffs for like 11 years and then went to the finals the first year. And Chris Paul, Devin Booker, that's fine. I'm not saying De'Aaron Fox is Chris Paul. I'm not saying Domantas Sabonis is Devin Booker, but we've got 2 all-stars here. Yeah. We've got 2 capable players. And keep going back to this. You've got to point to the dominant team in the Western Conference for me, because I don't think that it's Denver. Right. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM KRX QHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app. I want to get back to that conversation, KC, but I want to get Aldrin J in here. 916-909.
Is this the first time we heard from Aldrin J on the phone?
No, I think it's the first time in a while.
Okay. All right.
Aldrin J, what's happening, baby?
Hey, what's up, y'all? Thanks for taking my call.
Absolutely, man. What's up with you?
So I just want to give another shout out to the ladies of Sac State for making the NCAA tournament for the first time in school history.
Yes, sir.
And it got me thinking of a question y'all kind of asked last year. What would happen first, the Kings making the playoffs or Sac State making the tournament? Yep. So I guess both are happening the same year, boys.
Did we ask that? Is that a shoot?
I think we did.
Wow.
I think we were referring to the men's
that's
program,
all right.
But it's still
all right.
Still.
If it was Sac State in the NCAA tournament, well, it happened.
They got it.
It happened.
They got it.
By the way, I'd put my money on Coach Patrick being near the top of that Sky.
It's coming.
Big Sky Conference.
I'm telling you right now. He told you, he had to go make a visit. He ain't stopping until it's
Yeah.
done.
Yeah, no doubt. He's
He
got
ain't
work
stopping
ahead
until
of
it's
him.
done. But yeah, no, that's awesome.
That's dope.
And I went back and watched, the end of the game and everything. I was so happy for those ladies and what they achieved and what they were able to do. Coach Campbell, what he was able to do, the assistant coaches, I was so happy for them, man. Like I'm really big, and maybe this is why I love like championship week and all this other stuff. I'm like really big on these teams and these players achieving goals. It always warms my heart. It makes me feel so good because, I know you've been around it. The grind that goes into starting a season, setting goals, and everything that you got to do. And when people actually and teams actually achieve those goals and see them through, it's just a great moment. You know what I mean? So I know they, who knows what they thought at the beginning of the season, but there was some point early in the season, like, hey, we're really good. Like, we might be able to do this. And it became a reality. And for them to actually achieve that and to see that moment, I loved it, man. I absolutely loved it. That was so cool to see.
Indeed it was. Indeed it was. Our man Michael says, I just hope Sac State doesn't open against South Carolina. Well, I don't think that they would, but even if they did, just get out there and play ball.
So I'm going to look again real quick. Bear with me. Last time I saw bracketology, which was maybe 2 or 3 days ago. This was before the tournament, the Big Sky tournament ended. They had Northern Arizona going up against Utah in Utah. Now I say that saying they assumed Northern Arizona was going to win the Big Sky.
Yeah.
So
how about that for assumptions?
So it hasn't been updated. It's still Northern Arizona, the 15th seed, against the 2 seed Utah in Salt Lake City. So
perhaps
if you just assume
the
that
most
Sac
telling
State
thing
switch off.
is the 15. So
if you
that
assume that
eliminates
Sac State slides into that spot, they could be going to Salt Lake City facing Utah.
And that would make sense.
Yeah.
That also eliminates South Carolina. There ain't no way they're a 2 seed.
No. South Carolina, they got Chattanooga.
What region is Utah? Is that is it
in
projected as the?
They're in they're in the same bracket, the same region as South Carolina.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting.
Utah is the 2 seed in that South Carolina.
I forget the women do selection Sunday too now, right?
Yeah.
Or is it Saturday?
It should be,
because they used to do it Monday. It used to be selection Monday, but they moved it. It might be Saturday.
I thought they
now.
did. Yeah, I thought they did Sunday. I thought they did.
Maybe
it right
they do
after
Sunday.
The men.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe they do Sunday. I just know they don't do it on Monday anymore.
Yeah, and from this bracketology, nobody's coming to Stanford.
Well, that's fine. Nobody should be. That was
not even in the because obviously it's home sites.
Yeah,
the first 2, but not even in the second one.
No, they shouldn't be.
Selfishly, I kind of want to.
No, I got you, but I got you, but the Duke should not be coming to Stanford. Like Duke is not a scrub.
Yeah,
you play closer to home.
I agree. You know what's a potential?
Unfortunately, that probably means you're in the South Carolina region.
Well, no, in this bracket, what's a potential Sweet 16 matchup?
Duke and Tennessee.
No.
Oh, who?
Duke and them Hawkeyes.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Ooh-wee.
Okay.
Ooh.
All right.
Crazy.
I'm with
in
that.
Iowa City.
Yeah, I'm with that. Yeah.
Or not in Iowa City. No, I don't know where that. I take that back. I think it's in Seattle. I don't know. I don't know where that regional is. They just have the first home sites. But
they really trying to send Duke to the West. Okay. Well, if you're gonna send Duke to the West anyway, send him to Stanford. I can go to Stanford. I'm not going to.
You're not going to.
I'm not going to Seattle. No.
You ever been to Seattle?
I have.
I've never been. Oh, you went to WrestleMania? Oh no,
I didn't.
You didn't go to WrestleMania.
I didn't. Have an unused ticket somewhere. No, but I was there for. I mean, I saw. I think it was Connecticut Sun and Seattle Storm, and then walked over to the stadium and watched Cowboys Seahawks, and I think Russell Wilson's second game.
Game
was slow as hell. Marshawn Lynch ran the ball in late to kind of. I don't think they went ahead with it, but they secured. It was like, all right, Seahawks are winning, and I learned what that Seattle noise was about, man.
Oh, turn the speakers up.
Man, let me tell you something. Them people in Seattle were delightful. Those were good, welcoming fans. They were accommodating.
One of these days, it'll be Kings, Sonics in Seattle. We got to go up there. And I'm gonna go into Seattle, and I'm gonna walk through there like Shawn Michaels when they threw the beer on him. I'm like,
oh, like Shawn Michaels in Canada.
Hey, I looked at some other information real quick about this Sac State.
You gonna put the Seattle State flag up your nose too, and all the various other things that he did with the Canadian flag.
So I'm looking at this bracketology even more, and they actually have Sac State in here, and they have Sac State. It's weird because they got Northern Arizona as an automatic qualifier and Sac State as automatic qualifier. That's bizarre. But
how does that work?
Yeah, I don't know what they're talking about. But they have Sac State as a 13 seed playing UCLA in Los Angeles in round 1. So that's even better.
Yeah. 13 seed.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, we'll find out.
So we'll see what all this means.
Yeah, we'll find out this weekend. I'm excited for them for sure. Before we went to Aldrin, we're talking the potential relation between the Phoenix Suns and the Sacramento Kings. And I think people are the Phoenix Suns of a couple of years ago when they made their turnaround and their run to the NBA Finals. And I think everyone is we know the end result. And that can't possibly be what the Sacramento Kings are doing. Well, as good as Phoenix was that year, who thought they were going to the NBA Finals? Who thought they were that good? Remember, it was the cute little 8-0, 9-0, 6-0. I don't even remember what the number was. It was 9-0 in the bubble. It's like, all right, it's cool. Monty Williams got all right. What's that mean? Who knows? And then, and it's also funny too, as I say that, because we're quick to like trash the bubble championship and kind of throw that away. Well, let's not forget the circumstances in which the next season started. It was a rapid turnaround, and I think fans started getting let in, like percentages of fans started getting let in February, March, April, depending on like what area of the country you lived in.
Yeah.
So you don't have to throw that season out, but let's bring full context to it. It was a quick turnaround from the bubble. It was a shortened season, and a lot of it was played in empty venues.
Yeah. There's some other things that went along there that draw some parallels that I want to talk about when we get back. Okay.
Well, you're gonna have to hold it like a James Ham sneeze, because Olivia about to join us. Sorry. Olivia Christian back from spring training. I'm sure she'll have plenty to say regarding the Sacramento Kings and where they are right now. We'll talk to her and about her spring training experience. Can't wait to talk baseball.
But WBC's coming. Stop playing. Don't do that. Don't do that.
We'll talk Kings.
Don't do that.
When D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Boom, 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 boom. Excuse me, guys. I just need to scroll and look at something here. Scroll. Man, this is weird. I know so little about what we do because of the way we do it. Like I like commercials and like I know nothing anymore because it's just the way we've chosen to do this show.
Yeah.
I don't need to learn how to do anything. I was just looking at our commercials, like it's like it's 2 15-second commercials, tied together. It's just weird. I never hear like our endorsement spots, like all of that. I just never hear that stuff. I basically just hope a check comes every month. Like, hope it's there. Wait, is this a real thing? Was there a USA Giants game last night?
Yeah, Giants won too.
Oh, you feel better?
No, but as my disgust level for the Giants as we get closer to the start of the season, it's waned a little bit. I love baseball and I love the Giants, so I'm gonna be interested. I'm gonna be watching, but it's whatever. I got a little friendly wager with our guy Rich Ripley. He thinks the Giants are gonna be good this year. And he says they're gonna finish over 500. I say they won't. We got steak dinner. So we'll see what happens.
Curtis, got your order, man. Appreciate you. I know we don't mention it nearly as much as we should, which is a bit ridiculous on both our parts, but go to DLOandKC.com and get some gear.
Get some gear. I don't know, man. Spring collection needs to look into that. I don't know. Designs, I don't know. Man. What?
Well, our last design, all that money's going to the dope ones to redo our live stream thing. So,
what was the last design we had? Last new design?
We had a couple. The D-Lo and KC, the Cursive.
Oh yeah.
Kings.
Those did pretty well.
Those were massive. Yeah, those were hits.
Those are dope.
Corners of the Culture. We might on Monday have a completely brand new logo. We might. We'll see what the dope ones is cooking up.
We're gonna do a big announcement for it.
A landscape.
Imagine that. We didn't make a what's wrong with Olivia? Trying to connect internet is bad. Well, that's not good. What did you just say, Jesse? We didn't make a landscape changing announcement to tell everyone we didn't make a huge announcement. Or a landscape of ESPN 1320 is changing because we're doing a live broadcast.
Nobody brought a lawnmower.
Just mention to everyone we're doing a live broadcast. Oh, this isn't good. And that LA internet, man, it just don't work. Look at this is Olivia's screen on it. Look. Oh, they're doing us dirty. Oh, we got Olivia. Oh, is there someone in Olivia's house? Is there somebody in Olivia's house? What's behind her? Oh, I think that was a reflection of something.
As we wait to connect with Maybach.
It's a damn Southern California internet, man. It don't work.
Did you know what happened 3 years ago today?
3 years ago today. What year is this? Let's start. It's 2020. Well, no, I can tell you definitively. I have no idea what happened in February. Wait a minute. February.
Well, we're
March 9th, 2020. I know what happened March 9th, 1997.
What was that? Oh, yeah. I was like, I heard the year. I was like, oh, yeah.
2020. No, March 9th, 2020. No.
Rudy Gobert touched the mics.
Oh, for goodness sakes. Hey, O-Dog.
March 9th,
hey.
2020. And 2 days later.
Oh, yeah, that adds up.
Everything.
Rudy Gobert. Shack ass. Hey, is there someone in your house?
Why? Did you see something?
Well, it was when you got up. I saw like there was a reflection on the door. I was like, hey, who's in O-Dog's house?
Are they here with us right now?
No, I can't see the reflection. I think you're safe. I didn't see anyone sneaking upstairs, just for the record.
Oh gosh.
It also could have been you.
Is it? It's like like the guy in Billie Jean.
It was just like the guy in Billie Jean. Yes. Just the steps light up, the reflections pop up.
What the hell's going on here?
Video didn't make any sense.
I was about to ask you, do you know what that meant?
No one will acknowledge that video made. Oh, it's a landscape changing video. Why? Like, I get it's Mike. it's leather, it's lights. But what does this video mean? Like
no idea.
Michael low-key stalker in the video.
Pull back the sheets. There's nobody. Like what happened? That's my favorite Michael Jackson song.
You've mentioned that.
Yeah. Butterflies might be second.
Wow, those.
Oh, I love Butterfly.
My top 5.
You sleeping on Butterflies?
I'm not sleeping on Butterflies.
It's a top 5 Michael Jackson song.
It's not.
Shout
but
out
I'm not
Marsha
sleeping on
Ambrosia.
it.
Wow, that's my girl.
All right. How was spring training, O?
It was really fun. It was not as warm as I had hoped it would be. It's been around like 58 or so in LA for a while. We went to Scottsdale, and I think it jumped to 65.
Who's we?
Me and my imaginary boyfriend.
Okay, that's what I was
with
getting
her,
at. This,
with her
this,
Billie
this-
Jean boyfriend.
this her Billie
the lights
Jean.
just nobody's there. The lights
She's
just
got the
popping
Billie
up.
Jean boyfriend walks and just the lights shine. That's fine.
He asked me to get a tattoo, and I was like, "Well, do you want to break up or like, what's happening?"
Oh no.
Well,
no.
Well, we're thankful you didn't get a tattoo. We're also, I'm just the hell with your internet. That's pretty much what I can say. Is we're gonna try this, but
we're gonna try.
I don't know if it's this. I don't know if this I don't know if it's the concrete mansion that you have or these horrible internet providers in Southern California. But they about on my last nerve.
Spectrum needs to step their game up.
Spectrum. Is that who it is? Spectrum?
Yeah, they're the Xfinity of.
No.
Oh, gotcha.
Or maybe Xfinity's down there now. I don't know, but it used to be Spectrum.
It
Good
is.
stuff,
Spectrum
operator.
and T-Mobile are like the only ones you can get down here.
Oh, T-Mobile.
That don't even sound like an internet I don't want to have. T-Mobile? T-Mobile? Like I don't think that's an internet I'd ever want to try.
What's on KC? Brought to you by T-Mobile.
Well, hey, now I can be bought. Everybody's got a price. The game last night brought to you by T-Mobile Internet.
Hey.
It works for your 5 favorite websites, and that's it. That's what y'all remember about your favorite 5.
Go get your new sidekick here
What's
today. D-Lo and KC.
Olivia, did you have a sidekick?
No, I didn't have a sidekick.
No, step your game up. You went outside, maybe I go. Although I think she's told us before she wasn't outside.
No, she wasn't. Yeah. Yeah,
I was a very good girl until about a couple years ago.
No, you still are.
Like going outside doesn't mean you
Yeah,
bad.
you still are to this day.
The way that Casey said going outside.
He always makes it weird.
He was outside. He was at the skating ring. What you want me to do?
And that's always what he's referring to as the skating rink.
Well, then if that's what going outside is, I was always at the skating rink. Aloha in San Jose.
He was
That
outside.
was the place to be. Everybody had a birthday at Aloha. It was dope.
We didn't do birthdays. We did straight night session.
Okay.
Oh.
All right. You acting like NWA was performing there. Knock it off.
Sometimes it's Cal skate. Like, Mom, where are you? I gotta get to the car.
Olivia, we got a big game tonight. It's the Sacramento Kings and the New York Knicks. How do you expect me to not laugh when you do that?
Sorry, I was looking for some black jelly beans. I think they rolled under the couch.
It would have been professional of me to ignore, but Olivia kept ducking out of the screen. I thought you were sneezing. A big game on national television tonight. The Sacramento Kings, the New York Knicks. We missed you last week, man, but things keep rolling. Things keep rolling for the Sacramento Kings.
Yeah, I'm excited for tonight's game. I'm excited for the rest of the country to get a longer glimpse at the Kings. They get, little spurts and stops and starts on Sports Center here or there. People randomly like, I guess they're doing pretty well. And then we go on to another LeBron story. But tonight is the night. My brother is a hardcore Warriors fan from way back in the day. So Kenny, in case you're going, he wasn't part of Dub Nation. Like, he was a part of it. He loved it when we sucked. We used those Pepsi cans to go to Great America on a discount and to go to Warriors games on a discount when they were trying to recruit people from the crowd. So he's hardcore, long time. And he was the other day was like, wow, I've been watching more Kings games. They're so fun to watch. And I'm like, yes, this is what we've been saying. It's not just that they're winning. It's their playing style. It's, how they express their joy for being able to play with each other and each other having random nights where, Monk goes off, Domas goes, like whoever it is, they're always all so excited for one another. and it's infectious. And I think that is why, TNT and NBA, they couldn't ignore it anymore. We're second place. There's no reason why we can't be on national television right now. We could have been months ago, should have been months ago. But yeah, tonight's going to be a fun game. And I'm excited to see how everybody matches up.
TNT couldn't ignore it anymore. They couldn't ignore us anymore. They were tired of Kings fans tweeting about putting them on national TV. They're like, okay, 176 points later, let's go ahead and put them on.
I think that's what happened. I think because it happened the morning after 176.
Yeah.
And they're like, did you see what happened with the Kings and Clippers last night? That was fantastic. I can't wait till we have them on. They looked at, wait a minute. We don't have them on at all.
Wait a minute. ESPN could have had this instead of the Suns and the Thunder last night. By the way, only one of us was at that game live.
Well, this is
yes.
True. This is true.
And I have to admit,
since then
we haven't.
I know. Well, the game, the show that I was on before the game, obviously it's Thursday. The game was on a Friday night. I announced that the Kings had never lost in my presence. And then to sit there, I was freaking out. I'm like, I jinxed myself. I sit here and told everybody that whenever I go, they win. But when those final seconds were happening and Monk took that shot that took us to overtime, I turned to Jason. I was like, we're going to overtime. I just had that feeling. And he made it. I did not think we would be going to a second overtime. I did go get a second hot dog just to kind of reassure fans. And it worked out. The hot dogs, that whole scene works for me, and it works for the Kings, so I'm going to keep doing
it. Olivia.
strong Kamara vibes there with that take. Strong Kamara vibes with that. Hey, but we'll take it because the Kings won both of those games.
Absolutely.
And
was there a lot of Kings fans there? I know people who were there saying like there was audible. I mean, Malik Monk after the game was like, yo, we heard him out there, but I couldn't really tell on the broadcast. Was there a lot out there?
I feel like there were fewer there than there were at the Lakers game when they won in that stunning fashion. It was a bit louder. Russell Westbrook was playing at that time, and he got some Kings fans kicked out. I don't know what they said to him, but he was like, no, y'all go get him. So maybe the Kings fans are trying to be a little bit quieter this game, but I didn't hear as many fans out there. But they were consistent. They were lighting the beam first quarter, second quarter. Like they were into the game, but it didn't seem as many were around me anyway, where the press was sitting.
Russ gets Kings fans kicked out everywhere he goes.
He does.
He gets them kicked out everywhere.
They need to leave Russ alone.
Yeah, collectively, everybody. By the way, did you say you were sitting next to Jason Ross?
Yes. No, that's the wrong person. Wrong person. Jason from Sac B.
Jason Anderson.
Oh, Jason Anderson. Okay. I was like, well, great. And Olivia starts at 11:40 next week. Wonderful. Just rally him up and send him down.
Damian, I would never.
All right.
Although you did say you could be bought for T-Mobile. I might be bought.
They got the money of God down there. You
got to get it back.
Yeah.
Who am I to say don't get it back?
All bags are full. Like if you got to take it, take it. And you stayed. Like I did. Like I was thinking about because she wasn't texting us during the game or anything. She did stay the whole game. She had videos of the press conference and the DPOG chain and all of that. Like that was a hell of a game to cover for ESPN 1320.
It was a rough night too. It was like a monsoon out here. I'm telling you, I took time to do my hair. I curled it up, had a cute outfit on. By the time I got into the stadium, we just looked a mess. All the women in the crypto that night, we just looked a mess, just crazy. I'm like, oh God, I'm going to take a selfie with Mark Jones looking like shredded wheat. But he took a picture with me, so that was nice of him. And I stayed because the game was so exciting. I wanted to go and listen to De'Aaron and Malik in the press conference talk about how much fun it was and how excited they were. And they were just like, we're not afraid of anybody. We're getting after it.
It was an all-time press conference, too.
It was
an all-time press conference.
Absolutely. So our guy, Kyle Draper, he was talking about something a couple weeks ago when we had him on, and we kind of brought it up again. And we heard you talking about, it's time for, national media to see the Kings on this national stage and all this other stuff. I agree with you. But he brought up the fact of like, maybe we need to just let that go. Because half the time, these people in the national media, they don't know what they're talking about anyway when it comes to the Kings because they don't watch it. And you'll get on there in the playoffs anyway. So his thing was we need to just stop complaining about the national media and the coverage and lack of national TV games and just focus on what the Kings are doing. What you think about that take?
I think you can do two things at once. You can focus on how great they're playing, give them the love they deserve. And I mean, there are plenty of teams that we see in various leagues that aren't wonderful right now and haven't been for a few years, but they continue to get national games. The Kings are doing something incredible. It's not like, oh, they're barely making it into the playoff picture. They're in second place. They went from the bottom. Now we're here. So we deserve to be on national television. Now, whether or not we complain about it every day and we attack people on Twitter, I mean, I really don't know if there's any point to any of that. But I do think we deserve some recognition. We deserve a national audience. And I think if we do that, we can change the hearts and minds of some fans and to understand that it's no longer acceptable to just continue to dump on this team. If they see them play, to see their style, see their coach, their staff, and the way they work, I think you'll get even more fans across get more bandwagoners, more Beamers. I hope that's not a drug. I don't mean that in a bad way. Like the Beamers all around the country.
Like the Beamers. I'm with that. I'm with that.
Beam Kingdom.
At this point, we're talking about going 1-0 every day. I just want the Kings to come out of tonight's game healthy. The way last night went in the NBA with KD getting hurt in warmups, Luka Doncic playing hurt, Ingram hurting his ankle, all of that. Let's avoid that because that's one thing the Kings have going for them. And, Alan Hahn joined us earlier. Great point he made. These are two teams really similar in that aspect. Julius Randle's played every game this season. They haven't been dealing with injuries, and these guys want to get out there and play. Neither one of them load manage or sports science or do any of that stuff. They get out there and they play basketball if they're healthy enough to do it.
But part of the game is staying healthy. And for those folks who take it out on other teams and players, if Ja wasn't hurt, the Warriors wouldn't have won. Or if KD had played here, yeah, things could change. The universe changes when people come in and out. You never know what's going to happen. But part of the game is staying healthy. And the Kings luckily have not lost any players for any significant amount of time. And right now it's really just staying consistent with what they're doing. You don't have to do too much. You're in second place. Other people are still trying to climb into the playoffs, trying to avoid the playoff tournament. So for me, I hope they stay healthy. I hope they continue to play the way they are and they're managing minutes as the game goes on. When De'Aaron Fox is likely to come out and be substituted in, and when Domas, keep doing what you're doing. And hopefully those kind of things have allowed us to stay healthy the way that we have. There've been injuries here and there, but again, nothing too significant. And they don't need to change up anything. Keep playing how they're playing. But I do think there is something to thinking about the wear and tear that these athletes are going through. They're young players. I mean, they're playing AAU ball very young. They're playing that for years. They're traveling the country. Then there's college. Then there's G League, potentially, depending on, how they enter the league. And there's Summer League, the European, there's a lot. And we know they get paid a ton of money to do what they do. And we ask a lot of them as fans. But to see them go down and continue to succumb to these injuries back to back, there has to be something said for, how much we're asking of them. And also the potential of shortening the season. And we've talked about this before, and I'm the only one who's for it. I'm for shortening every season. Baseball, we can cut off 80 games. Basketball, let's start in, November, December. But I think about all that stuff because of the way the demands on their body and their time. And I feel like we can get some longevity out of more players if they weren't having to play as many games and play for as long as they do throughout the season. And off season and all that.
Yeah. I mean, I get that as well. But I always go back, Olivia, to what were we doing? We weren't sitting around load management. I know this sounds like an old man argument, but we played in worse conditions every single day from sun up till sundown. We were on asphalt every single day, and I think the playing isn't as much. Now, this is nothing that you could do about NBA guys or whatever, but I don't think the playing AU and all this stuff is as much of an issue as it is as they say, the specialization of it all, right? Because I'd play basketball a lot of the times, but then I play football. And, I try playing baseball and all this other stuff, as opposed to, I see it today. Kids at 7, 8 years old, working out 5 days a week only on basketball. I don't think that helps the whole situation. So I don't know if it's necessarily like playing AAU. It's just not allowing your body as you're growing to do different things. I think that has a lot to do with it.
Well, I'm with you. I played sports year round, from tennis to soccer to basketball, back to tennis, and all those things can contribute to your success in the next sport. Getting your legs in soccer helped me with tennis, and defense in tennis helped me do better in basketball. And yeah, that being able to play multiple sports does set you up for success, and that your body is not going to be run down doing the same kind of motions and things over and over again. But I think it'll be hard for us to judge what really is the cause of this stuff when we've never taken the time to stop and think and try things like a shorter season, except for when we had the lockout and they started in December. Right now, we're all just guessing. And what we did is 10-year-olds and 15-year-olds playing year round on our knees, our elbows, our legs, very different than 35-year-old men or 30-year-old men who are, like we said, doing all of this specialty stuff now year round and going hard at it too. It's not like, you know, we hear about their diets, we hear about their exercises and baths and massage, like they're doing a lot to themselves. But the direction that we're seeing in all sports is adding more games. The football season's longer, the baseball season's longer. Everything is longer. So we don't have any way to measure whether or not we can look back in history and see what shorter seasons did. That we also had different rules. And now players are set up to be a little bit more taken care of on the field, especially in football. But to me, it still seems like it's difficult, obviously, for these superstars to be going in and out and not suffering injury the way that we're seeing right now.
Hey, real quick, didn't people get hurt during that COVID shortened season? And they shortened the season, and they were talking about everybody was getting hurt. I think they were trying to say
that the year all of the stars were hurt.
Yeah,
like, remember, like there was a stretch where like it was just star after star after star after star after star getting hurt.
Right.
And I think LeBron said
Jamal
something
Murray or something like that. And they talked about how, and there's no perfect, like this, here's the argument. There's no perfect answer to it, because they're like, oh man, you're running these two seasons back to back and you're wearing the guys down. Well, half the league didn't play back-to-back seasons. And there was like a 3-month off period before the bubble came. You know what I mean? Like, or 2 months or whatever the case may be.
That's where we got skinny Jokic.
That's when we got skinny Jokic, right? But like that was the whole thing. Like they shortened the season. It was only 72 games and half the league didn't play that whole time. And then it was like, oh, they were off too long. And that's why everybody was getting hurt. So,
well, there's a causation and correlation, right? Like we have to think about whether or not those things are the reason. Shortened season, longer seasons, whatever those things are. And I don't know if there is a study out there that has allowed us to come to any kind of conclusion, because we're obviously still trying to figure these things out. But I just understand the desire for a shortened season, or maybe, I don't know, just something to help try to protect these players. But at the same time, yeah, injuries are going to come. It's part of the game. And that's why you got to build a roster of people who can come off the bench and sustain your team. And like I said, I mean, we've talked about this before. The Kings have done an excellent job at finding people who can come in and out, whether they're injured or not. If they're just coming in for a few minutes, we've got a great roster. Let's all pray they continue to stay healthy through the next few weeks of the season.
Two quick things. All-Stars that condensed season missed 19% of games. That's the highest in history. So that is 100% the season that you're referring to. Two, it's probably, and I know in sports media, nobody wants to acknowledge this because you have to have a take and you have to be right and it has to be your way. But the fact is, it's probably a combination of all of this stuff and a variety of things we haven't talked about. You talk about, Kenny, and both of you, Olivia, about specialization and kids being so focused on one simple thing. And a lot of that is because, well, they see Dame and Steph and LeBron, and they're focused. They're so hyper-focused. The Mamba mentality, right? You're so focused. And you're going to go out there and you're going to have a trainer who's got you running around chairs and hitting you with baseball bats and having like a 10-foot net. So you got to shoot over it and all of these different crazy things, right? Okay, but that's all right. But the other side of that is, okay, that's what you, but did you see the foam rolling and the stretching and all of the prehab stuff? Did you see what they were eating? Do you know that they spend $1 million on a chef? Do you know all of those little different things? And those things aren't getting picked up. And that's not just by 10-year-olds or 13-year-olds or 17-year-olds. That's by people in the league. That's Dwight Howard eating candy before games. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's stuff that you you don't think about until you have to think about. Chris Paul. Chris Paul is resurging in his career. He went vegan and he's not eating any meat during the season. He was like 35 when he did that. 35. That he looked at his diet and started to do things differently. Are you okay? Are they coming for you? That's Los Angeles, but hey, just let us know. Just wave down. We'll send the authorities if you need us to. I don't think there's an easy answer to this load managing thing. It's why it's always funny to me when Adam Silver, that question is broached to Adam Silver, because I don't think there's any way he can have an answer to it. But the fact is, the two teams that are playing tonight, they don't load manage. They don't load manage, and I don't know that their fan bases would allow them to load manage. And I think this is a really intriguing matchup with Domas and Julius Randle. Like, these are different but similar type players at that position.
Yeah, different, but I feel like Domas goes a little bit faster. There are a number of superstars right now that I feel like move in slow motion. And when I'm watching them, it's Luka, it's Nikola Jokic. I'm just like, it doesn't seem like they should be as unstoppable as they are. I don't know if I'm the only. Doesn't it seem like
Maybe
they
it's
kind of
graceful?
move slow?
Maybe they move with well, I don't know that I'd put Luka in this category. Maybe graceful is a better word than slow. I don't feel like Jokic moves slow. Domas isn't exactly fast. I get what you're saying. They're cerebral.
Yeah.
As good old JR would say. Cerebral assassin.
I don't mean that. I don't mean cerebral. I do mean physically. It looks like when they're thinking about what their moves, they look slow to me. Not crazy slow, but I'm looking at it, I'm thinking, we can't get over there and double team. Why is he able to get into the lane like this so quickly? And I need to just go to a game in person and really
You've been
see
watching
it.
too many De'Aaron Fox highlights. That's what
That might be it.
You think the whole league is, should move like Fox, but it's like, that's not how it works. Like, De'Aaron is unique.
He is. He's very unique. But I'm intrigued by the matchups tonight. I'm pretty confident that Domas and the rest of the crew, they're going to be able to hold the Knicks back. But they got to be tough. They got to be tough. I think Domas is going to get beat up a bit. We might see some cuts, some bruises, some head wounds.
That's every night. Doesn't. I think Mark Jones noted the game doesn't officially start until Domas has a bruise somewhere,
or until he has 2 fouls,
or that. And we'll point this out again. It's worth repeating. De'Aaron Fox didn't play against the Knicks the first time around at the Garden, so this will be his first matchup against this version of the New York Knicks. First one did not go well. King scored 99 points in that one, lost by double digits. Julius Randle had a day before getting tossed. And there was a moment where you thought, okay, this is where the Kings can make a run. And then they didn't. It just didn't happen for them. It was just one of those games where it just flat out did not happen. I was curious to hear your thoughts on the Ja Morant situation. You're always very thoughtful on that. But this is going to have to be a 7-day tease because Ja's, in fact, not going to be playing by the time we talk to Olivia next. So they'll still, and Lord knows what's going to happen. But Ja, if you're listening,
calm the hell.
Don't show up in a Sean Kemp jersey.
Oh,
it won't be funny. Just get that note out to him now. But I want to table that because I genuinely do want to hear what you have to say on that situation. Make sure you're following Olivia across all social media platforms. You can get her thoughts on Ja Morant and everything that happens across sports with the game last night. Olivia, we appreciate you as always. Joe Davidson here to talk. We'll talk Kings. We'll talk Sac State women's basketball, and it's a big weekend at the Golden One Center. Doesn't involve the Kings. But it's a huge weekend everybody wants to be a part of. We'll talk with Joe D when we return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Killed it.
Thank you. Casey, I realized I kind of threw a shot at you and you're like catching strays in the very beginning because I was explaining how my brother is a Warriors fan. Months ago, maybe a year ago, you were talking about, I said something like about Dub Nation and you're like, there was no Dub Nation, y'all are, and I'm like, I just wanted to. That kind of thing sticks in my head. So I didn't mean to come at you hard like that. That was just where it was coming from.
That wasn't a stray whatsoever.
We've got really different definitions of stray. was
I'm
like
just
a,
trying to
That
be
was a
nice.
recall.
that was like a
wasn't
gum wrapper.
Well, my name is not on the show. I'm not trying to get on here and call people out like that. So I
No.
apologize.
You're
You
perfectly fine.
Well, what's funny, like you're always very funny to me. You do work here. Like you're not like just some random like you literally work with us.
I know, but
And you
still.
should meet Joe Davidson before you go.
I was going to ask
Hey,
what.
Joe
Hey,
Davidson, Christian.
You know, I'm going to follow this act. I mean, she's knowledgeable, well-spoken, all that stuff. And you
funny.
talking about Jason Anderson, that's my guy forever. So good people there. But look at, I mean, every time I join the show, I don't wear a leather coat like Damien. I mean, it's just, I've got one downstairs.
That's what I'm saying. I know you got one in the closet, Joe.
It's
D.
national
Put it on.
TV tonight, man. We had to show up.
I may hustle down and go get my my leather coat since it's I do have my 2005. So check this out: 2005 NBA All-Star.
That was a Reebok
weekend in Denver when the Kings were relevant. I went there and I covered for the B. And I remember talking to David Stern and said, "How does Sacramento get the All-Star game? Got to have a new arena." Well, we got the new arena, but still need hotels, but all that. But that's when they used to give goods. I mean, this thing, I've worn this in the snow and the mud. They don't give this stuff away anymore. Budgets.
Yeah, did you get the gear I sent you?
Oh, I sure did.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Make sure we could.
All right.
Really?
All right.
That's what I'm gonna do. Next show I'm on, I'm gonna wear the hoodie, and then I'll wear the black leather coat, and I'll probably just stand and pace.
Love you.
Well, I made the mistake of not connecting with you guys because I should be at the game tonight. I'm sorry that I'm going to miss it, but I'll be drinking my cheap champagne on the couch.
Well,
and you've got your hoodie on.
Yeah.
We got to get you back out here soon.
Yeah.
Maybe
you guys
not
have a good one.
because credentials are going to be tough moving forward, but we'll figure something out. Thanks. Thanks,
Bye, everybody.
Oh, it'd be great as if the Kings played an LA team. We just send Olivia to the to the LA games, cover it for us there. What's up, Joe D?
What is going on, guys?
Yeah, we just excited for the day, man. Sac State.
Well, tonight, look at tonight, big game. You're not kidding. With the Kings on national television, and we should laugh about that. You have to earn your way on national television. They've earned. Yeah, they've earned, and they're going to be a fun watch in the playoffs because what is it people like? They want prolific teams, and the Kings have got it.
Nobody wants defense on
nobody's
the damn
yearning for those Piston Pacers Eastern Conference
slugfest
69-68 in the fourth. No.
But I like how the Kings are. I mean, you guys study them a lot more than I do, but they're not just launching 3-pointers. Remember, that's what the Luke Walton teams were doing, and that was bad basketball. These guys are cutting and moving, and you got a big man and Sabonis who could help facilitate. It's just excellent basketball.
It really is
it's really cool
when they get it flowing on the offensive end. Play some beautiful basketball.
Indeed. Delivery Joe coming out to Sky River Casino.
Joe D, you need to pull up the Sky River, man, next Friday.
Sky River down in Elk Grove, the new.
Hang on 1 second, Joe. Hang on 1 second. That's right, Joe D. Sky River Casino.
That's right,
the new casino in Elk Grove. We are doing our first ever live broadcast.
What day?
Sky River Casino. 1 week from tomorrow, next Friday. We're doing in their sports bar. We'll be on stage. We'll be doing the show live. And surrounding us will be television upon television upon television upon television, airing the NCAA tournament.
Have you seen?
You know what? I can vouch that facility is outstanding down in Elk Grove. It's booming. It's popular, and March Madness, baby.
That sports bar that we're going to be at is crazy. The walls with the TV, it's perfect.
I'll be at Golden One in the thick of the March Madness. I got a story running this Sunday in the Sacramento Bee on March Madness is coming back, and we don't have to underscore this, guys. This is a big deal for this city. You get March Madness. What happens when you get a nice new arena? You get events like this, and March Madness came here shortly after the arena was constructed. That was before DOCO, and then 2020 it was going to come back, and then days before the pandemic wiped everything out. So now it's back again. Sacramento State is the host school. Doesn't mean it's being held at Sac State, but they're the host school with athletic director Mark Orr and their crew. And it's a cool deal. So the first 2 rounds, we'll know on Sunday with Selection Sunday. Could have UCLA coming up as a top seed, but they always sell out. It's always a big deal. You guys will feel that mania down, next Thursday. People really dig this, and it's funny how the office pools, you get people who are hardcore basketball people who get skunked in the office pools because they're losing to people who don't know basketball but love the mascots. Oh, I like the Salukis. I don't know what it is or where they are, but I'm going with them all the way.
Jennifer in HR is absolutely winning the pool.
Yeah, doesn't know what conference these teams are in.
Yes, because we think we're smarter than everybody.
Mascot.
That's why we lose. We think we're smarter than everybody, and we convince ourselves that, I know why this 2 can beat 15. Here, let me explain to you why this 15 can beat the 2, though.
I'm gonna tell you right now why Richmond is going to beat UConn.
Right, exactly.
Because I don't like spiders, but I'll root for spiders because it's a cool mascot.
Well, let's start there. We're talking NCAA tournament with our man Joe Davidson from Sacramento Bee, and obviously the women, Mark Campbell and those Sac State women accomplished something extraordinary yesterday, winning the Big Sky Conference and now moving on to the NCAA tournament. Historically, you've been around for it for a long time. What's that mean for Sac State and that program and that university?
Just tremendous. 2 years ago, 3 wins. 3 wins. They've had 3 winning seasons before this season in Division I over the last 30 plus years. It just couldn't get going at Sac State. And here comes Mark Campbell, the fabulous assistant coach at the University of Oregon, big time recruiter, great personality, great teacher of the game. He takes the job at Sac State, big project. Last year, they win 14 games, probably the most improved women's team in America at Division I. This year, they're 25-7. You win the Big Sky Conference tournament, you get an automatic big. So they've arrived. You got 9 new players this year, just tremendous. He's such an excellent recruiter. I think they're going to be a powerhouse in the Big Sky. And if you keep winning that tournament, then you'll keep going to the NCAA. They'll probably be a 16 seed and take on a high seed like a Stanford or something. But that's the first step, is you just get good enough to get in there. So I was talking to Mark Orr, the athletic director. He was up at Boise watching the game. Known him forever, and he's part of the whole March Madness coming to Golden One. And he was hilarious on the phone. He's ecstatic. He's excited for his school and his team. And he goes, "Hey, I'm going to get a hold of Mark Reinhardt at the Kings and see if we can't get a green beam, kind of flash one up off of Golden One for the Green Hornets and all that." But that's how excited they are. And senior players. There's a girl named Jordan Oliveras from Seaside, California, Monterey County, and she's a 4th-year senior. She's the longest tenured Hornet. She had career high 26 points. Coach Campbell says you can't watch it without feeling inspired. She's just grit and effort, and she's overcome 3 win seasons, a COVID season, coaching change, and she stuck it out. And so he's excited for her, and kudos to her for sticking around. She had every reason to say, I don't need this anymore, but stuck it out. And I think the Hornets are around to stay. I think the men's basketball coach you guys have on regularly, and David Patrick, they got a great hire there. And baseball with Reggie Christensen's been in NCAA regionals, and Sac State football, 3-time conference champion. And, Troy Taylor's now down at Stanford, but the rest of the staff is in place. So Sac State is looking like a Division I college and doing big things. So it's really cool.
And, like you mentioned as well, this feels like it's just the start of it. It's just the start of what's going on. You talked about Mark Orr and what he's been able to put together on that campus with the athletic department. And you look at a team making the NCAA tournament. That's huge. That puts, if it wasn't already there, that puts your university on the map. That's unbelievably big for recruiting. Not only with the women's basketball team, but the men's basketball team, football, what they had this year. And it's just a culmination of these good stories and things coming together for this university at the right time altogether.
It's tremendous. And Mark Orr is a homegrown product. Christian Brothers High School star in Sacramento, played at Cal. He's got family still here. He got hired here, I think, in 2017. And he said at that introductory press conference, we're gonna get Sac State on the map. And ESPN Sports Center tweeted out a thing about Sac State women winning the tournament. So that's as big as exposure as you can get. And and it starts with, I don't want to sound like a cliche, but you got to have good people. You got to have good coaches. And Mark Orr has found those coaches. And will David Patrick be here a long time in men's basketball because he's going to get looked at? And same with Mark Campbell, the women's coach. That concerns Mark Orr, the athletic director, just like it did, the concern that other schools were going to look at Troy Taylor and Stanford getting him in football. But you worry about what you got now. And we'll worry about that later is what he's basically saying. But I think Sac State will continue to recruit well in women's basketball, and they'll just keep reloading. I mean, that's going to be, what about the gym? It's not a very good gym. And he said, Mark Campbell, Sac State coach, said, we're not looking for players who are interested only in the gym. That's the difference between men and women. Men are, I think, are probably more inherently, they want to have the big arena and the splash and all that. Women don't care. They just want to play. And I think they value a full athletic scholarship and what that means more than guys. Women don't, we don't see women basketball clogging up the transfer portal like we do in football and men's basketball. So that's a refreshing.
No, they out there though. Transfer portal do stay a little bit active.
Oh, it stays very active. And the thing that's goofy about I think the portal's a great idea. It helps kids get another opportunity, but you get so many of these kids who have been offered multiple scholarships for full athletic scholarships where most kids don't. And then they become impatient and they don't agree with the coach or they're not playing and outside influence is saying you should go here. So then they jump into the portal, whether it's a basketball or football, and a lot of them don't land. I mean, and what are you going to do? Go back to the original school? That's not going to happen. So there's almost too many kids in the portal and not enough spots to land.
I was telling Damian earlier, I'm so happy for this women's basketball team and what they were able to achieve. And I think we were trying to figure this out the other day when they won the first game, the quarterfinal game or whatever. But was that what's the furthest any Sac State basketball team had gone in any of these conference tournaments before what they just did?
Well, a men or women team at Sac State had never even been to a semifinal in a Big Sky conference. And that's been almost 30 years. And so it's all this new stuff for the women. First time Big Sky champion, first time in a quarterfinal, semifinal, and a final in a conference tournament. UC Davis has done it in women's basketball and men's basketball. They've won the Big West and gone to the NC2A. So that's all these remarkable firsts. And and I'm going to take it another level. This is how good basketball is. We've got the state basketball tournament, March Madness coming with the high school state championships this weekend at Golden One. Sierra College women up in Rockland won the state championship last year, 28-3. They graduated everybody or moved everybody on to the next level. And they're back in the state Final Four with a complete revamped roster with 7 players because of injuries or people leaving. And it's the 50th year of that program. So that's when Title IX started. And the coach at Sierra College, Brandy Murish, was telling me that her mother played high school basketball in Chico in the late 60s. And girls back then, this is no joke, were not allowed to dribble more than 3 times to avoid exertion and fatigue.
Oh, come on, man.
How far have we come? I mean, it's like, are you underestimating women's athletic and their ability? I mean, holy cow. Now you have women who will zigzag all the way down the court and just and tear your heart. So it's come light years and it's great to see.
Well, let's stay there. I do want to talk about the Kings a little bit with you, but before we do, you mentioned this weekend, the Golden One Center, CIF, the California State Championships. It's the kind of the epicenter of the state here. What are we looking for this weekend at G1C?
Well, this is the long end to an exhausting season. We only have one local team, Sacramento area team. It's the Colfax Girls, 640 kids on their campus up in Placer County. A lot of snow on campus. They just won a NorCal championship. Rexanne Rodriguez Simpton is the coach. She played at Sac State. So she's excited about the Hornets. And they have no Division I prospects. They have no Division II prospects. They have kids who probably won't even play next year, but they're an easy team to root for. So they're in a Division III state finals on Friday against Los Osos of Rancho Cucamonga, which has a lot of Division I prospects. But, if you look at the open division in high school basketball 10 years ago was created to put the big girls in one lot and the big boy basketball in the other for the powerhouse programs. And so we've got Harvard Westlake of Studio City is taking on Santa Maria or St. Joseph Santa Maria, which just walloped Modesto Christian, which walloped Jesuit. So you could just see the layers. It's a good ticket. It's a good value. You got a lot of good players out there. Small schools, large schools, public schools, private schools, the open division girls with Midi of San Jose. They have a 6'4" freshman who grabs 20 rebounds a game and 29 points. I mean, just a phenomenal player. And if Kings fans want to go out there and boo Robert Ory, they can do that. He'll be out there this weekend. His son, Christian, is a 6'3" junior guard for Harvard Westlake, the powerhouse team in the open division. Don't boo the kid, but you could boo the dad, because I think Kings fans still remember that guy. So you got NBA kids here. You've got prolific freshmen, 5-star recruits. It's pretty good stuff. It doesn't. And Golden One and Arco Arena have been a staple for the state championships for pretty much 30 years. So it's a cool deal. And whether it was the Maloof ownership group, the Jim Thomas ownership group, or the Vivek ownership group, they've done a great job working with the CIF to make it affordable to rent it. And the CIF governing body, they want the kids to have a great wow experience in a phenomenal gym.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that, Joe, because me, I love the state championship being here. I love everything that they do with the CIF. And I remember there was some talk a couple years ago about, trying to get it to the Bay Area, or I know a lot of the people in LA, when I was living down there, they would get frustrated that they felt like they got the short end of the stick. They're like, man, give football to the North and let us have the state basketball championship down here. So there was always like talk of moving around, but I'm really happy. It seems like the CIF seems to be happy with it being in Sacramento, and Sacramento works with the CIF to make sure it stays here.
But you know what, Kenny? Boo on the LA people in Southern California, because the CIF is always open for business. If you want to put in a bid, if you're at USC, UCLA, Pepperdine, they don't put in competitive bids. So Golden One just runs away with it. And, the Southern California, there's a little arrogance. Well, we win all the titles. Why don't we have it down here? Then have somebody bid. Put a bid in. How did Golden One get the March Madness for next weekend? They didn't just raise their hand and hope somebody picked them. You had to put in bids. There's 300 or so schools bidding for those. And so it's really competitive. So, Sac State hosted the state football championships for about 3 or 4 years, a few years ago, because they won the bid. But mostly the bids have remained down south. State CIF track and field has been locked in Fresno. Why would you do Fresno? Because they put the best bids in. Good weather, good media coverage, big venue. So that's how those work. But selfishly, I like it here. I like when basketball's here. Could you imagine driving down to the Grapevine this weekend? I don't think so.
No, thank you.
We ain't going nowhere for our basketball. We got the tournament coming up. We've got the CIF championship this weekend, and we've got the Sacramento Kings and the Knicks tonight. Joe, before we let you go, you don't cover the team as closely as you used to, but man, it's got to be fun for you. You've been around some bad basketball.
Oh, bad community service basketball. Like when you go face the judge and you had a carpool violation, said you will go watch the Kings and you'll enjoy it. 10 years ago or whatever. I covered my share of the Kings and the NBA. I'll be all over it if they get in the playoffs, which seems like it's going to happen. Because this city soaks up that interest and coverage, and this fan base is long overdue. I mean, they have waited. You think about the fans. It's not so much how much they've spent on tickets, but the investment of interest and time and all those heartbreaks over the years. But they're here, and got the New York Knicks in town, nationally televised game. We were talking off the air. The Kings. What's not to like? Good guys on the team. Mike Brown, what a good guy coach. That stuff matters. De'Aaron Fox is probably the fastest baseline guy in the league. It's a lot like Allen Iverson. He's going downhill. Sabonis is a reminder that big men still matter. in basketball. And so, we'll see. It's, being in the second seed, it's been since 2004 or something. So yeah, it's great to see. I feel good for guys like Gary Gerald, 84 years old, still on top of his game, just at a 3,000 broadcast. He's seen a lot of bad basketball. He's had to describe a lot of bad basketball. Now, I heard him for the overtime games driving home from the section basketball championships from Golden One when he did the double overtime 176-175 game at the Clippers. He was on top of his game. I was thinking, this is wild. That was a final score, and I finally got home and I'm watching it on TV. I couldn't believe that. Where's that come from? It's just insane. So it's good for everybody. It's good for the Sacramento. It's good for downtown. And it looks like the Kings are going to be a tough out in the playoffs.
And Joe, you talk about what it does for this city, and it elevates everybody in this city when the Kings are good. We always talked about it, on the show even before, because Sacramento's kind of a different place than it was in 2005, right? We're like, man, I wonder what it'd be like. It's kind of more of a city feel now or whatever, as opposed to the Cowtown, back then or whatever. Like, what would it be like? And I always tell people, I was like, they say nothing's going on in Sacramento. I was like, look, the Kings are the heartbeat. If the Kings are good, the city's good, as far as like other things to do. And we're actually seeing it. We were out at the wrestling last night at AEW, and there was like a handful of times, Damien could attest to this, people out of nowhere, light the beam, light the during a wrestling event. Like they love the Kings. They love this team. They're ready for playoff basketball.
And the beam is the greatest stroke of genius. And how fun is that? And at first people thought around the country, oh, this is campy and this is so Sacramento. So what? Shut your face. This is good. This is fun. McClatchy High School, your alma mater, Kenny, they did light the beam throughout the high school girls basketball playoffs, so you can have fun with it. And I think I like hearing Coach Mike Brown saying we need to make it a brighter beam. I live way up Highway 50 in El Dorado Hills. I want to be able to see that. So I had more wattage and all that. And, so that's, we all remember Arco Arena, and it was surrounded by all of this undeveloped land right there where the arena was, because the thought was, in the 80s and 90s and 2000s that it'll just be a bustling epicenter. Never happened. It's going to happen at DoCo, and we've seen glimpses of it. And if they have outdoor viewing parties during the playoffs, that place will pack out, and it'll be a great time. And if you're a business owner right there, that's gold. And so that's good for Sacramento. And I remember when Golden One said, so where are people going to park? They found a way. You find a way.
I love thinking back to that. Oh, so hokey and so campy, until they realized this team's going that the thing gonna be lit 50 times. Then all of a sudden it wasn't so hokey anymore.
That's exactly right. Wait till it gets lit in the playoffs.
Oh man, come on. Woo. Championship beam. Oh, come on. Well, okay, come on, man. I'm gonna calm down. Okay. Joe, we appreciate you, man. You're the best. Thank you, my brother.
We appreciate you guys. We'll see you soon. Have fun next Thursday when you're not signing autographs and you're on the air and you got games here, and Kenny's going to be trying to evaluate that game and sign an autograph over here. It's good. It'll be good chaos.
That's what Kenny will be doing. I'll be manning the broadcast. People will be moving me out of the way to get to Kenny.
Here's the deal, Joe. I heard you. I got to correct you because I heard you say, oh, man, I'm going to be at the Golden One. No. It's Friday. That's the off day for Golden One. So if you want to come down.
Oh, so you guys are going to be down there Friday.
Yeah, we're gonna be on Friday. On Thursday and Saturday.
But you know what? I'll get a couple beers in me and heckle you guys.
Well, that's all right. That's what we love.
Here we go. Encouraged. Let's go. Get hydrated.
That's what the live broadcast is all about, Joe D. Appreciate you, my brother.
Man, Joe.
All right, guys. Good to talk to you.
That's Joe Davidson right there. Sacramento B. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM. West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Joe D mentioned it's been, I think, what did he say, since 2004 that the Kings have been in the two seed in the Western Conference. You know that this team in 37 years has finished first or second one time.
Wow.
And it's 37 year Sacramento history.
Jeez.
They have finished in the top two seeds once.
And that was 2002. They were the ones.
And that threw me too. I was like, wait a minute. What about? Nope. There's Dallas. There's Dallases and LAs and there's San Antonios, and you'll see 3s and 4. one time.
It was just 2002. They were the 1 seed, had home court all the way through. The next year, they had to be
I think
the
it was
3
3
seed because they started in Dallas
Mm-hmm.
in that second round series.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Obviously, lots of work to do before they finish in a 2 spot or a 3 spot or even a 4 spot. But we mentioned, and I still don't think we have an official word from the Phoenix Suns regarding Kevin Durant. He was seen. He did leave the arena yesterday in a walking boot. I'm not a doctor. I stayed at a Holiday Inn once. He's not the best. That's fine. No, Holiday Inn is fine. Segment soon being sponsored by Holiday Inn. I'm going to go out on a limb and say he's not playing Saturday.
No. Heck no.
I'm also going to say I don't care.
No.
That Phoenix Suns team is still very good.
They're really good. They were playing good basketball ever since the trade before he got there. they
Book
playing
like
good
KD
since before
out.
the All-Star break.
Book was like, KD is out. Oh, that's cool. I'll go drop 44 or whatever it was.
He said it's nothing. So, yeah, they're going to be tough to play on Saturday regardless of what happens.
Yeah.
But, yeah, the walking boot, kind of precautionary, but it's never a good thing. I saw LeBron in a walking boot the other day, and he had the little scooter.
I saw the scooter. Yeah, I saw Scooter LeBron. LeBron got a flair for the dramatic. I'm looking. It's still a while before. It's not till early next month when the Kings play the Mavericks next. But Luka looks like he's going to be dealing with something. No structural damage. MRI came back clean, but we were watching him last night, and he was not moving well. He was clearly in pain.
Yeah.
So this is a pain management situation, man. That's going to be tough because he looked like he was hurting last night before he was finally removed from the game. No games left against the Pelicans. The Wolves will be interesting. The Kings play the Timberwolves at the end of the month. Karl Anthony Towns got to come back at some point.
Yeah, or maybe not.
Well, the original report was 10 to 15 games left in the season. We're getting really, really close to that.
Yeah.
And then, of course, that Minnesota Timberwolves game at the Golden One Center on March 27th that's 6 games left. I don't know what it'll be for Minnesota, but it's not going to be far from that.
No. So there's just so much going on.
I misspoke. There is one game against the Pelicans. My apologies. April 4th. Kings at New Orleans. Yeah. So Ingram, Zion. Zion's not playing. Look, 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, Zion's not playing in that game.
Wow. I don't know what happens with New Orleans.
The biggest injury might be the Steven Adams one. As crazy talking about Ingram, Luka, KD, the biggest one might be because it feels like, and we went through the numbers yesterday, 16-13 started the year, 7-13 since their 9-game winning streak ended. That seems to be the one that has had the greatest impact to the team.
And that one, hearing everything about that injury, what did he get, like stem cell injection? Or I'm probably misspeaking, but that didn't sound good. It's reevaluated in 4 weeks. Anything that he had, whatever procedure he had to get done, that don't sound great.
That's a good point. The reevaluation stuff, I think, always throws people. Oh, he'll be back in such and such amount of weeks. Nope.
All right.
That's not what it said.
And we'll talk about this a little bit more. But then, that's just when they're able to come back. Now you're talking about stamina.
Yeah.
They're talking about cohesiveness with your teammates.
Yep.
You're talking about all this stuff, getting in basketball shape, getting in the groove of stuff. I look at somebody like Chris Middleton. Chris Middleton, I think he had off-season knee surgery or something like that. Chris Middleton hasn't looked right to me all season long.
Yeah.
As late as last week, he was on minutes restriction.
Yeah.
And coming off the bench. Who knows when these guys are actually able to play, what it's going to look like.
I always remember talking to South Carolina coach Don Staley, had a scope, and they play these scopes off like they're nothing. She said, you don't feel if you get it during the season, you're not going to feel normal. If you get it approaching the season, you're not going to feel normal. It's going to be months, more than likely a year before you start. This is a scope. This isn't an ACL repair. This isn't all of that other stuff it's where we'll just go in there. It's the cleanup.
Yeah.
We're just going there and clean up. Forgetting you're cutting somebody open.
Mm.
You're not going to feel normal.
Mm.
But we put these timelines on people, and then we wonder why when they come back, it looks a little bit off. Yeah. That's why. We'll come back, man. We are far, far from done. Matt George, final hour. Brian Anderson on the call. NBA on TNT. Kings, Knicks tonight. We'll talk to him next on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Oh, man.
Let me get up in here, man. I wasn't going to have one, but I just seen some footage that I just got to get in here real quick. Yeah. Another Tank Ryan face-off. Oh, Tank almost smacked him up. "13th round" with your main man, Kenny Caraway. Shout out to my people over at Meister Watches. You already know what it is. Shout out to my main man, Ryan. Shout out to Jovan. Shout out to the Dope One. Shout out to Jordan Brand. Shout out to Cola CMOS. Go check that out for sure. And I had to get in here a little bit because we had the 2 press conferences yesterday and today for Tank Davis versus Ryan Garcia. And I'm telling you, I'm hyped up for this fight. I'm hyped up. The first press conference was a little, it's like whatever. Nobody was really doing too much. The one, I think they were in LA, that one was turned up. And it's just a reminder that this is maybe the biggest fight in boxing. This is one of the biggest fights in combat sports. And this is a fight that could lay the groundwork for boxing moving forward. We got 2 young guys, undefeated. We know they're not champions, but it is what it is with the belts. That's a whole nother 13th round. These are 2 stars, 2 absolute stars in the sport of boxing today. Undefeated. Somebody's always got to go. Explosive, entertaining fighters. And they're young. And not only have they been able to make it happen, they've had promotional issues as far as, being on one network or another. They put all that to the side, got it done for the sport, for the culture of boxing. And this has all the implications of being one of the great fights that we've seen in a long time. I don't think this is going the distance. I think somebody's going to go to sleep, and I think you're going to see a new megastar in the sport of boxing after this fight. I can't wait for it. April 22nd, pay-per-view, Showtime pay-per-view. I'm not promoting for him, but everybody needs to see this fight. This is the biggest fight in boxing right now, and that's the 13th round. They was talking that talk. Today. Tank a weird little fella. Take a funny little dude. Chin out of my face. Hold on, guys. I'm looking at this footage. Ryan talk. Tank talk. Face to face. Ryan laughing. Ryan acting like he gonna do a 1-2 or whatever. Boom! And Tank said, "I get you with a hook." Ryan acts like he's moving, but he's already been knocked out. Yeah, it's gonna be a great fight. It's gonna be a good fight. This is gonna be a good fight. I'd love to see these 2 do it 3 times, man. I'd love to see a trilogy with these guys. This could be special. Does it go past round 8? I don't know, man. I don't know. I think somebody's getting knocked out in this fight. It could be Tank. It could be Ryan. These 2 guys are explosive. They are explosive. They got dynamite in their hands. So, I know, I forgot who it is. He comes in here all the time. He yells that Tank is about to get knocked out. He might, but Ryan might get knocked out too. That's what makes this fight so good. These 2 come with it. You know what? I saw something about that. I didn't see it, though. I got to check that out. Sure, Damien will ask that question. Damien, ask him about 2023 Major League Baseball season.
No. Why don't I just invite everyone to turn the radio off? But I do that. No, everyone, just turn off now. We're bringing up baseball.
Do I believe Bud and Arrow are talking without promoters? Maybe. I don't think that fight happens. Terrence Crawford doesn't want to fight Errol Spence. I don't know why. I say this all the time. I'm not saying he's scared or whatever the case. I don't know why he doesn't fight it. He don't want to fight him, though.
Brian Anderson set to join us in just a couple of minutes. He is on the call tonight for the NBA on TNT. The Kings and the Knicks. Want to remind everybody, or perhaps tell you for the first time, that D'Lo and KC are doing their first ever live show from Sky River Casino in Elk Grove next Friday, 1 week from tomorrow. We are going to do this radio show live at their sports bar. We're super excited. We're going to have all the tournament games going on. The Kings play the Brooklyn Nets the night before. So we're breaking that down.
I still haven't figured out if we're having live Drake bars or not.
It's a low pressure's a little bit different when you got a live audience, man. But can you imagine the pop?
I might get out of my seat, grab the mic, be like, "Hey."
See, well, I mean, Young Zell's coming through. We might have to have
Drake
one
bars
of those
right there.
Hey, well, we got to get a win first. The Kings got to get a win.
They got your boy
before
too.
You can worry about.
Gotta make sure your boy don't go crazy.
Yeah, I feel like you're doing to throw shade at Bridges.
No, I'm giving you props.
Bad.
You were on it early. I was a little skeptical. I'm still not sold, but he's killing right now.
Bridges is a bad
dude. He is killing.
He is a bad dude. So is Brian Anderson. Brian Anderson, kind enough to join us. He's on the call tonight for the Kings and the Knicks. Hey, Brian, you might be good luck, man. Things worked out really well the last time the TNT crew was here. So I need you to bring some of that mojo. Look, the similarities, Sacramento, Golden One Center, a New York team, and TNT. Need you to bring that same energy tonight, Brian.
I think the sample size might not be large enough yet to go there. 1-0 is probably. I don't really want to get into the announcer standings, though. That's a bad place for me to be. I'll just say that up front. But we love coming here, and I'm glad the Kings are relevant and they're winning, and they're going to be on display heavily in the playoffs. And so this will be a familiar stop for us for sure. I think the Kings have some staying power, and I think you're going to have years of success here is my guess.
Brian, in that game against the Nets, I went back and I was listening to the broadcast, and I thought you did a great job just in general, but you also did a great job of kind of painting the picture. Like you said a couple times, you're like, hey, it's a national TV game. It may not mean so much to a lot of other cities, but it's a big deal out here. They're ready to go. They're ready to show what this team is about. And I just thought you did a really good job of painting that picture of what it was like here in Sacramento for that national TV game. Are you getting the same vibe here this time around that it's still a pretty big deal that they're on national TV?
Yeah, of course. I mean, we're honored to be here. It's we know that when we show up, it's for a reason, and it's typically teams that draw big ratings if they're not a winning team, or it's teams that are going to be in the playoff picture. And that's what we love the regular season, but the reason we all do this is for the postseason. And for me, I came from San Antonio, so I know. I spent 8 years as a sideline reporter with the Spurs, in another lifetime. And I know what it's like to kind of be forgotten, and what it feels like forgotten in the big ocean of the NBA. And, the Spurs started winning championships my first year as the reporter in '99. So I was there for the first 4, and I saw how that whole narrative changed. So I'm sympathetic to that, and I understand what it means to people to have us come to town, or ESPN and ABC, and there's going to be a lot of that coming up. I mean, it's going to be a great showcase for the city, the revitalized downtown, this great arena. I mean, the crowds here are tremendous. As you guys know, we love that whole feel and vibe of this building and the noise of it all. And so we're excited to document and report everything we see and try to give it to a national audience. So we couldn't be happier than to get Sacramento on the schedule a few more times.
No, we couldn't be happier to have you, and we couldn't be happier with this game. This has turned into a huge game with the Kings winning 6 of their last 7 and the Knicks winning 9 of their last 10, dropping their last one to Charlotte. And Brian, the thing that has stood out the most to us is this is Mike Brown and Tom Thibodeau. These are supposed to be 2 defensive-minded teams. We know very well in Sacramento that's not the case, but those who aren't following the Knicks as closely might be surprised to find out that's a top offense over there too.
It is. I will say, though, it's so hard to play defense now. Even, in the context of the defensive rating in the context with the regular season and the rest of the teams. I do think both of these teams are good defensive teams, and they will eventually show that in the playoffs. And I say that especially for the Kings, in my opinion. They've been great in fourth quarters defensively. They're a top 10 defensive team in the fourth quarter, or maybe just outside today. Their crunch time numbers are good. Like some of the deeper analytical pieces that show you they're good when they need to be. I know Mike Brown would love them to play at this kind of level of defense the whole game, and he's a defensive-minded guy. I've known Mike forever and was with him in San Antonio and when he was an assistant with us with Pop. But so I know where he's coming from. I will say, though, I think it's a team that scores a lot and has the pace that the Kings do, and the passing that they have, the volume passing and body movement and ball movement. That's going to lead to more turnovers. That's going to lead to easier buckets. That's going to lead to a defensive rating that, is not going to be at the top of the league or top 10. But I think when it gets in more of a half-court game and when you start going possession by possession, and we'll find that out here shortly when you get into the playoffs, I think the Kings are going to be a better defensive team than most people realize.
Yeah. Brian, you see the entire league and you see some of the great players in this league and some of the great duos. And they've got one here in Sacramento with Domantas Sabonis and De'Aaron Fox. You've seen them before. I know you follow the league or whatever. What's your take on where they are as a duo in this league? I mean, they're two legit all-stars, possible all-NBA guys, and they've been playing so well this year. Are they two of the best that you've seen in the league so far?
Yeah, it's a great duo. I mean, they're elite for sure, and they deserve to have their names mentioned with the top tandems in the league. Because they're there. And I would just say, Sabonis for me is really the guy that's unlocked everybody, not just Fox. And Fox is going to get his. And De'Aaron is such a dynamic player that he was going to put up big numbers regardless. But from a team perspective, the linchpin to the whole thing, in my opinion, is Sabonis, because he's such a great passer. He's the center of the wagon wheel. He's doing a lot what Draymond Green does with the Warriors, and he's left-handed. He can score, he can shoot, he can drive, he can pass. And so for me, he's been the real difference maker, and everybody's game has improved. You look at what Kevin Huerter has done. I think Keegan Murray, his ability as a rookie to shoot the way he has, but he's open a lot. And Sabonis and Fox create lanes. They create open shots. They are such a vortex for everybody else that they are elevating everybody else's game. And, that trade that went down last year, I think Sacramento took some criticism, and we weren't really sure what that was going to end up being like. And but, man, it's been the perfect fit. So kudos to their scouting department. Kudos to those who kind of watched Sabonis's game in Indiana and realized, like, there's another level of his game that could fit with certain kind of pieces around him. And then they drafted appropriately, with a shooter like Keegan Murray and with a defender like Mitchell. So now you're in the position where you're just plugging holes to be a championship caliber team. That's a great place to be as an organization, because players want to come here. They know they have a chance to win a championship. You can really define roles. Fox and Sabonis, they have their place in the game. For me, Sabonis is the real piece that has elevated everybody's game, though.
And the way Brian laid that out, I think Kevin Durant might come here next.
He might. He's looking for a championship team.
all joking aside, though, do you have a favorite in the Western Conference? I mean, we know what's going on with the Ja situation. I think the Steven Adams situation is just devastating for them. We're waiting for official word on what exactly happened to Kevin Durant last night. You got the Warriors lingering around. You always got to wonder if the Clippers are going to get it together. You got what appears to be the 3-time MVP at the top of the conference. Like for me, it feels like the conference is open. Like, do you have a favorite?
I do. Well, I like Denver a lot. So, for me, they're the team that's next. And, they're a couple of years ahead of where you guys are here in Sacramento. But it wouldn't surprise me if the Kings made a run either. I think, we don't know, though. So we're in that find-out phase of Kings basketball. They're going to have a great regular season no matter what. They're going to be a 2 or 3 seed, a home court seed for sure. So then we get to find out, and we've seen certain players deliver in the playoffs before. I mean, Kevin Huerter had a magical run with the Hawks a couple of years ago. I feel like Sabonis is going to be an excellent playoff performer just because of the way he plays the game and the style. But you're going to have to make shots, and 3-point shots are a lot more difficult in the playoffs. There's a lot more pressure on the shooting, and it's the reason Mike Budenholzer doesn't really guard the 3-point line in the playoffs. He dares you to do that 4 straight games or 4 games in a 7-game series, and it's really hard to do that. So that's a pretty standard theme, and the Warriors kind of bucked that trend, and their amazing run, borderline dynasty with what they've done, making 3-pointers. But I think it's wide open. But I would say Denver is on that list. I think the Warriors ultimately will make a little bit of a run, although my partner Stan Van Gundy's not so bullish on the Warriors. I love the Clippers personnel, but I don't know. We've had so many of their games, and they're an enigma right now. So it's definitely wide open. If this was the year, I mean, the Kings are young. They're generally healthy. They've got explosive players. They have pieces that fit. I would not be surprised if the Kings caught fire, and if they elevate and perform like, you want to in the playoffs, they get through those waves and those nerves. Now all of a sudden, maybe you got something here.
Brian, we appreciate you carving out time for us on a game day. We got a seat right next to Stan Van Gundy on the Kings bandwagon for you.
Come on, Brian.
We've got it. It's a VIP seat. You and Stan Van.
He loves your team. He loves your team. Believe me, he was very excited about coming here and just this game. And this is a great game for us because you have 2 teams and all their players play, and they're really fun to watch, and it's a great environment. So yeah, our whole crew is excited to be here.
Well, we're excited to see you, and we're excited for the game tonight. Brian, again, thanks for joining us on a game day. We appreciate it.
Take care, man.
Yeah, my pleasure.
Okay. That's Brian Anderson, NBA on TNT. He's on the call with Stan Van Gundy tonight, the Kings and the Knicks.
West is super open, bro.
I know.
Super
I know. And I just don't. I swear I'm not a hater. I'll admit when I'm a hater. I just don't. I'm not. I don't see it in Denver. Maybe I'm looking at it wrong. Maybe I'm looking at Denver because to me, Denver, you have to be one of the last 2 teams.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe that's where my hang up is, and it's not necessarily them winning in the Western Conference or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
I just can't do it.
Yeah. I see it. But it's not inconceivable that it doesn't happen. I'd be shocked. I'd be really, really shocked if the East isn't represented by Milwaukee or Boston. I thought about saying Philly, but I'd be shocked if Philly.
No love for Donovan.
I'd be shocked if they beat one of those.
Shocked.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm with you in the sense that I'd expect.
It's not inconceivable. I'd be surprised.
Milwaukee and or Boston,
mm-hmm.
but shocked if Cleveland did it.
I'd be shocked if they beat them either one of those teams 4 times.
Okay.
Not saying they can't. I'd be shocked.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't be shocked if Denver didn't make the finals.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. Would anyone be surprised if any of the top 6 teams made the finals, including Sacramento, Denver, Sacramento.
I'd be surprised if Dallas made it.
Dallas isn't a top 6 team.
Oh,
That's
they're
my
not 6?
fault. It fluctuates, and I didn't lay this out. I apologize. The top 6 teams as they stand right now: Denver, Sacramento, Memphis, Phoenix, Golden State, and the Clippers.
Oh no, I wouldn't be surprised if any 6 of those teams.
Neither would I.
I take that back. I'd be surprised if Memphis made it. I'd be surprised if Memphis. I think Memphis is cooked. So if they made it, I'd be surprised.
Memphis
points
does
still
play
well
tonight.
taken. We're still talking about, for me at least, 5 of the 6 teams. All you could see a path for them.
Memphis and Golden State are the curtain jerker for the Kings and the Knicks. They're the Rey Mysterio Juventud Guerrero match for the.
They're the what was his name? Cartwheel Jim.
Oh, what was the guy? It was Cartwheel. They marched this guy out last night. His name was like Cartwheel Jim or something.
Bro, it was like Dollar Tree Ultimate Warrior with no face paint, and I don't know what they got with the overalls.
I was like, I'm leaving. Like, I'm absolutely leaving right now. They marched out Cartwheel Jim. I'm out of here.
Some other guy who didn't even have a name.
He didn't even get introduced.
Duke hit a sweet cartwheel though.
That man did a cartwheel. You know whose favorite wrestler that would be? James Hams. James would be like, you know who I really like? The guy who did the cartwheel.
That dude was throwing frisbees in the crowd. It would have been over.
Strong leaping Lanny Poffo, guys. Rest in peace from Cartwheel Jim or whatever his name was.
But your original point is well taken. Even if I don't believe in Memphis, I mean, there's still 5 of the top 6. I think all have a real path to get into the NBA Finals.
And I don't buy any of the play-in teams as a finals contender.
Either.
Not the Timberwolves, certainly not the Mavericks. I think the Mavericks might be the worst of this group.
Lakers?
No, I as a title contender, no. As a Western Conference champion, I don't.
Mm-hmm.
And mind you, I'm not OK Lake Show, but I am the one of the show who thinks they are playing significantly better.
Mm-hmm.
And in the Pelicans, like, it's just nothing is going right for that franchise.
I saw something last night, and this is like what we talk about when it's like
Jack Cartwheel.
Jack Cartwheel.
I hope that was really his name. Tyler says it's Jack Cartwheel.
When people talk about like, oh yeah, just so and so is going to be there, and can you imagine playing them in the first round? They like to say that about the Pelicans. That's not how this works. I can't. The Pelicans, Zion hasn't played now.
Yeah.
In like 3 months.
See that's yeah.
And you're just like, if say for instance the Kings end up as the 2 seed and the Pelicans win their playing game, the 7-8 game, and they're in there as a 7 seed. No, I'm not. Oh, I don't want to play the Pelicans. Like,
yeah, bring it on.
Yeah. Like, no.
But and how many teams is that true for? Because you've got the Pelican situation. Mm-hmm. You're going to have something with Minnesota.
Mm-hmm.
As crazy as this sounds, I've tried to outline this before. LeBron.
Mm-hmm.
There's a way you play with LeBron James that these guys who just came over haven't had to learn yet.
Right.
How much does that throw things off? Like, every Kings fan old enough to understand this. Chris Webber was the Kings' best player.
Mm-hmm.
But when they brought him back, it threw a lot of things off. And they had time together, and it threw everything off. Now you got guys. Okay, guys, everyone's healthy. Go win. Go win a series. Go beat these teams that are solid. The one that I don't think this applies to is Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
I saw enough where it's like, nah, Kevin's just going to walk in there and be fine.
I agree.
And Devin's going to be fine. And Chris Paul's going to be fine. And Monty Williams and everybody's going to be fine.
You know, one thing, because I listened back to the end of the show yesterday that I wasn't able to be a part of. And one thing I will say, because I think you said it, James said it, about Kevin Durant and like them losing defenders, but they have Kevin Durant. In theory, yes. But Kevin Durant was also on that Nets team last year. That was like one of the worst defensive teams in basketball. So I don't know what it is. I'd have to dive into the footage a little bit. I got to watch the tape a little bit more.
Luke,
but I don't know if KD is that guy defensively anymore.
So he's probably not, which I mean, that happens. Like, he's probably not that guy, but can he be that guy for a game? Can he be that guy for 2 or 3 games?
I don't know. He wasn't that guy, Jesse, against Boston, because that's what it was against. Like, it was like,
but is Phoenix a better defensive team than Brooklyn was?
About the same, it feels like. I don't think Booker's this great defender.
Booker's not a great defender.
Chris Paul's kind of a turnstile at this point in his career. I like what's my man Okogie? How you say his name?
Josh Okogie.
Yeah, Josh Okogie. I like him. And DeAndre Ayton, probably a rim protector. He doesn't venture outside, on the perimeter or nothing like that. So maybe, but I like Nick Claxton.
Yeah.
I liked, Seth Curry wasn't a great defender, but I look at them almost about the same as that Nets team defensively. Maybe a little better.
Okay.
Because you got Okogie as opposed to Josh Harris or Joe Harris, Nick Claxton.
I like Nick Claxton.
I do like Nick Claxton.
I think DeAndre Ayton's better in that regard, but I do like Nick Claxton.
I would take Claxton. Claxton's been most of the season defensively.
Okay.
He's been most of the season a defensive player of the year candidate. I'd take him defensively over Ayton.
Who do you think was last year's Brooklyn?
This Suns team would be better, I think. Brooklyn was the scary monster under the bed last year that people were expecting to do something but didn't. I think the Suns have more of a real opportunity to do something than Brooklyn last year.
Well, I think so too, but I'm just saying, like, defensive.
I would take this Suns team.
Like, Boston should be easy work, is because they're like, that Nets team didn't play no defense.
Yeah, I think this Suns team is probably more well-rounded with defenders rather than the Nets team last year.
I could dig that.
Yeah, I don't mean to, frame them as, the top defensive team in the league. I just think there are things that KD can do defensively that are problematic.
Completely understand.
And he's the only one who I think I'm with you in the sense, I don't think Memphis is cooked, but I don't think Memphis is recovering. Maybe that's what cooked means. Like, I take cooked as something a little more harsher, but maybe ultimately we're saying the same thing. I don't see how they recover from this. Did you see our man's Draymond talking about Dylan Brooks?
I wasn't going to speak on it because everybody always think I got something bad to say about Draymond.
I'll say this. I'm Team Draymond on this one.
Do you know what this is like? This is like how do I put this? I don't know. This is like Murphy Lee and Sheik Luch having a argument.
It is not.
Like, you guys aren't.
Stop.
You guys aren't the reason.
It's not.
You aren't the reason.
No.
Draymond out here running down all these accomplishments.
Which one's Murphy Lee then?
You could say Dylan Brooks is Murphy
okay.
Lee. And Draymond is at least Sheik.
It's still, that's still way out of pocket.
You're not like, you're not Jada and Styles P. Like, you're not the reason the Locks is who they are. So what are you talking about here?
I think that's a little extra. Like, Dylan Brooks is not Draymond Green. He's not even close to Draymond Green. I thought Draymond Green eviscerating was fun.
It was fun, and I understand people who like Draymond Green or appreciate it. I understand that, but Draymond, you acting like we didn't just see you crying about people in Boston a couple months ago. You was crying. He was putting up 2, 3, and 1 and getting benched.
Like Willie Green crying. He wasn't crying.
This dude was.
Remember that man's resurgence game where he had 8 points?
I'll never forget it. Game 6, Draymond or something like that. Draymond comes out second half, hits a jump shot, just a regular jump shot. Oh, he's back! Draymond's back, baby! You guys talk about Draymond, he's back.
See, dude, this dude listening.
No way.
A four-time champion. Like, bro, you were the reason why they were losing until they benched your ass against Boston, and then they start cooking.
Well, he's at least a 3-time champion.
That's what killed me. Like, all right, bro. Like,
you think the Warriors win all 4 titles without Draymond Green?
They absolutely win 3. Wow. You can make the argument.
Wow.
At 15, 15, you can say whatever you want. If you want to say they couldn't win without Draymond, that's whatever.
Oh wait, I'm forgetting. I completely forgot Kevin Durant was
That's
on two of
all-
those
that's what I always be
championships.
saying.
That's me. That's my bad.
That's what I
That's
be saying.
my bad. I completely forgot.
Draymond didn't do a damn
Completely
thing last
forgot.
year.
I
all right?
got
He
you.
didn't do nothing last year.
I got you.
And
I
then the
got
other
you.
two were with KD.
I
You mean KD, Clay, and Steph ain't winning a
I
championship?
forgot. That's me. Let's regroup. Let's leave Draymond go. I meant to praise Draymond because I thought it was funny. I laughed as he was doing that.
You
Just
notice
sentence by
he
sentence.
didn't want to address all the quotes. He didn't address what it would look like if he was on another team. He didn't address that quote
Well, he
because
did.
we all know what time it is.
Okay.
Dylan was speaking facts in that respect.
Dylan Brooks is never.
And then he
spoken.
talked about, I'm the reason for the defense. Bro, you guys got one of the worst defense in the league this year. Maybe Mike Brown was the reason for it.
Now that
Not
I can
you.
maybe that I can get behind. We'll come back. We'll get back to man. So we don't have any guests. This is the first time the whole show. Oh, we got to run the Fred Van Fleet
Oh,
sound.
shout out to
we
America's
gotta,
hero.
We got to run that sound. You'll hear what Fred Van Fleet had to say after a rather frustrating outing last night when we return here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Oh, good.
I also say this about AEW. I was sitting next to my nephew Reese yesterday, and that is uncomfortable. Like that shows a little too adult, and I hate wrestling fans who chant obscenities like
They did that multiple
"shut the
times.
f up" and like I'm not.
Not for the kids.
I don't like that. Yeah, I didn't like that at all. Let me get this set up because we're gonna run this Fred Van Fleet sound. Let me set this up real quick. I did not like that, and I know that's what hardcore wrestling fans do. But it's like, come on, man. There's young people here. Like, don't do that. And then scissor me. Damn.
That was something. That was AEW After Dark.
Yeah, that's a lot, and that's their whole gimmick. That's their whole thing.
I really
like
think there's
that.
only 3 true contenders out west right now.
Yeah, I saw Kings,
Kings, Nuggets, and
Nuggets,
Suns.
yeah.
Kings will be third on that list, but I can't see any of the teams other than that doing something.
Yeah, I got you. What did Worldwide Wobe say? Worldwide Wobe winds up, sweet chin music. I'm sorry, I love you. That's great. That is terrific. That's Worldwide Wobe's League Pass menu. What a terrific reference. Dr. David, I'm excited to see you're coming to the... I wasn't sure if you were going to make it out here. Dr. David, I'm excited that you're coming. Chiron, you going to come through next Friday? Yeah, that was week 2. That was weak. What else we got? Who else? Anybody else coming through next Friday? Sky River Casino. Come through, hang out. You know what I think part of what makes it cold is it's so warm out there and the temperature is different in here that when you walk back in, you immediately feel it.
Could be. It just gets colder as the day goes on.
It does, which is wild because it was not cold this morning.
It wasn't cold at 12.
That's what I mean.
No,
That's what I meant.
Chester said he's going to be in the building.
Adam, you don't need any tickets, man. Just come through.
$5 at the door.
Got to get through Jesse.
Yeah, cash out me for the ticket.
Jesse.
$5 at the door. Ladies are free.
Jesse to APA. No. Oh, Kimberly's coming through. Let's go. I know Bryce is coming through. No dress code. Not for this one, but we working on an event. Oh, we work. So once this is done, all my energy is going into the August event. Every single bit of energy I have is going into that August event.
It's going to be fire.
As a matter of fact, our anniversary might be July, August. Oh, it's on a Thursday. I'll set it aside for August 19th. Saturday, August 19th. That could be the day.
Fire.
Yeah, we got you. No, we got you.
That's good, man. It's good.
We got you.
It's gonna be fire when we say summer jam.
if Aaron approves my plan, I got a couple of things in store for Jesse.
Yeah, I can only make a flannel. White tee looks so fire. So
I got
need
you.
something.
I got you. we're gonna take Jesse to get measured. You might want to go with Kenny because I'll get some shit that I like and have you out there looking. Have you out there in a lavender double-breasted. Oh, do that, Shannon. Do that. Told y'all don't let this team be good. Oh, man, well, here we are on national television for the second time this year, second time against the New York team.
Did you see the game they got bumped out? Not a bad game anymore.
I can't remember what it was.
Brooklyn at Milwaukee.
Oh, yeah, it's not a bad game at all.
It looked like it was going to be a bad game, so they got it the hell up out of there, but it's actually not a bad game at all.
No.
Oh, well, that ain't our problem.
No, it's not our problem. We busy.
Milwaukee got enough.
You got Hoover Toot and Rey Mysterio coming on at 4:30 with the Warriors and Grizzlies. And then you got the main event, The Rock and Stone Cold Steve Austin.
Yeah.
Live from the Golden One Center.
JV and varsity.
And that's what it is. Don't act like you're surprised or unbearable. Come on, man. Fred VanVleet turned out to be the hero that we all needed last night. Here he is.
MVP.
I mean, I don't mind. I'll take a fine. I don't really care. I thought, Ben Taylor was fucking terrible tonight.
Oh, well, all right. That's
wait a minute.
That's not the edited one. Stand by. That is not the one I was listening to this morning. Jesse, you all right in there?
I was like, oh, we played it. He found the edit.
Yeah, that's the one.
VanVleet to the list.
That's the one I had. Where's the one I had this morning? Stand by. Let me find it. See, now I don't know which one it is.
My heart is pumping right now.
Oh, I don't know which one it is.
Oh, man.
Jesse, I had a clean version of it.
Find it and send it to us. And it says,
yeah, just show me what tag it. You know who? I think I know who it was. I'm just not really interested in finding out again.
Oh no,
I think it was this one. Because look at look at the view, the different in view count.
Oh,
4.5 million.
People don't want to hear the
people don't
edited.
People don't want to hear the one without the explicit lyrics on it. We'll just say my guy had something to say about the officials and about a particular official last night, calling Ben Taylor out by name, and he is going to get fined. He acknowledged it. He's going to get fined pretty hefty for that.
And it needed to be said.
Yeah, and Jesse, made this point where I feel like the officiating noise is getting a lot louder.
Mm-hmm.
The poor officiating noise is getting a lot louder
because it's bad. And one of the things that I'm not feeling is you got people out here. Oh, it's tough. It's a hard job, and they're kind of pacifying them and justifying their poor performance. No.
Yeah.
You guys need to be better. It's not okay.
Yeah.
It's not just, oh, it's a tough job. Don't worry about being better. You guys have to be way better. You have to be better with how you call the game. You have to be better with how you communicate with the players and officiate the game. Officiating the game is more than just calling fouls and travels, right? It's how you communicate and make sure the game flows properly. How you talk to the players out there to make sure, hey, you're holding a little bit out there. I'm gonna let that go this time, but I got to call so they can make the adjustment. You know what I mean? Somebody come and talk to you, get upset maybe at a call. No, Fred, calm down. Let's talk about this. If you want to talk about it, let's talk about it. I can't have you yelling at me. All right? I'm sure you do all that. But just the look, giving the technical, all that, they got to be better. One of the only ones that I ever see seeming to have like a real dialogue and relationship, and I always forget the young lady's name. I'm sorry, but the lady with the curly ponytail. She talks to these guys. She communicates. When it's time to be firm and solid, she'll do that. But it seems like there's a dialogue back and forth, and they respect that.
I think officials, like most of us, have egos. And so when they're questioned, it's a shot at their ego. And they are responding in the wrong way.
Mm-hmm.
Like Adam Silver told, of all people, Sage Steele, that, No, officials are disciplined. We've heard forever. You hear it in the NFL. It influences playoff assignments and all those different things. Well, when Fred VanVleet is inevitably fined, it's going to be very public. Make this stuff public with officials. You want the transparency with this phony last 2-minute report. Well, no, you say you discipline officials, make it public.
Yeah.
Make these. What did you do about Scott Foster's behavior? You brought up the Tim Duncan thing. I think Joey Crawford was suspended for that.
He was too.
If memory serves me correctly, Joey Crawford, and that was the most tenured official in the league at the time, or certainly close to it. And that needs to be the norm.
Yeah.
There needs to be public discipline and look, this isn't about missed calls, like losing sleep over the Jason Tatum foul. Like, that's not what this is about. It's about regularly poor officiating and then demonstrative behavior towards players that they can't get away with doing to you.
Absolutely.
The Scott Foster clip from the other night is the wildest one.
That's
one of the wildest ones.
He was
recent memory.
unhinged. That was embarrassing for the league. That was embarrassing for the league to see him behaving like that.
Jesse can't find the censored clip, so we're just not going to hear from Fred VanVleet.
Filthy
Maybe I'm so used to hearing the word, I just didn't even think nothing of it.
Filthy McNasty says, I love hearing Casey take on refs, especially after seeing him ref. Practice what you teach. You got me confused. I ain't no referee. I ain't been no referee. Got me confused, Filthy. And then shout out to Will Z. Y'all see Ben Taylor is reffing the Kings game tonight?
Oh, damn. Well, I hope De'Aaron's listening. Someone let De'Aaron know. So someone let Mrs. Fox know. Just write the check now, because De'Aaron might sneeze and get a technical foul tonight. Jeez, man.
Yeah.
What a buzzkill Will Z turned out to be. That guy's at the Golden One Center tonight.
Ugh.
That's all right. I'll be down courtside with Kenny before the game starts. I'll send Kenny to have a talk with him.
Yeah, I'll talk to him. I was watching Tulsa King last night. I'll talk to him.
You're going to get teed up.
You're going to get thrown out. You're going to get the Westbrook treatment.
I'll talk to him.
They're going to show you the door.
Like I said,
I don't care how close your seats are, sir. You have to leave. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM KRX QHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, always live on the free Odyssey app. Final guest of the day, really a family member, our buddy Matt George, going to join us coming up in about 15-20 minutes. Matt George will be with us, of course, host of the Locked On Kings podcast and his great work over at ABC 10 as well. We mentioned the slew of injuries that went around the NBA last night. It kind of mentioned Lonzo Ball. It looks like they're weighing a third procedure on Lonzo Ball.
My goodness.
Which could potentially have him out until anywhere from August to October.
Jeez. Goodness gracious.
Yeah, really, really tough news for Lonzo Ball.
That is not okay.
Brutal news for the Chicago Bulls, who I think they're still lingering around the play-in process.
Yeah, I think they're in the play-in.
Not right now. They're 30 and 36 right now. They're a game back of Washington, who right now is in the 10th spot. The play-in in the East is made up of Miami, who is 3 games back from the Brooklyn Nets, Atlanta, Toronto, and as we just mentioned, they're the Washington Clippers. Chicago still in the conversation. Indiana still in the conversation.
Yeah.
2 games back. They're in it.
Yeah. Okay.
And I'll probably cut it off there. Orlando's 4 out.
I saw an Instagram video. I think it was a TikTok where Trista said why she hates the Magic. I didn't get a chance to listen to it. I want to see that.
Yeah, you should listen to it.
It's just a random. It's like me hating the Suns and the Mavericks. It's really random.
It is random. Trista is a master of TikTok.
She is.
That is her.
She
that is 1,000% her avenue. she posts very, very entertaining videos where she just sometimes her videos are just odd facial expressions
Yeah.
at like someone else talking.
Like Kendrick and JJ. When they got into it, she did a TikTok on that.
Oh, yeah. Was that the Elvis Presley one?
No, this was
Or was it the First Take one?
It was the First Take.
Okay, I don't think I saw the First Take one, but I saw her react to the little Elvis Presley looking. Top 6 in the East: Milwaukee, Boston, Philadelphia, Cleveland. That hasn't changed much. And then there's the New York Knicks, the Sacramento Kings opponent tonight. Now they're kind of in a situation where it's kind of the Knicks and the Nets really there at 5 and 6. I don't see either of those teams catching Cleveland. The Knicks currently 2.5 back of Cleveland. Brooklyn currently 3.5 back of Cleveland.
So we're looking potentially at Knicks, Philly in the first round. Or are they 5? No, it'd be 4 or 5.
Yeah, the Knicks are 5.
Knicks, Cavs.
Yeah,
Knicks,
you'd
Cavs
have
in the first round.
Yeah, that 4 or 5.
Where are they?
Which is interesting.
How far in front of Brooklyn are they?
New York, 1 game.
Okay, well,
right now it's 1 game. Once the Kings do what they need to do tonight,
yeah. Well, it'll stay 1 game because the Kings will win and Milwaukee will beat the Nets.
Good point. Good call. As it's the Brooklyn Nets and Milwaukee Bucks tonight. I always get nervous when Matt joins us. He sends like little text messages before. I don't know what's gone are the days of just Matt George joining the show and talking Kings basketball. It's always just, it's always just something different. Always excited to talk to him. Always love talking Kings with him. I just know there's a component to it now, and I'm not always warned ahead of time, but I know he is.
It's what the people want.
He is all in on this Mick Foley, character.
Oh, I was about to
this
say
fluctuation of characters that he has.
Going to be Mankind tonight?
Well, no, I just mean how Mick Foley had all
Yeah, I
those
get you
different
now.
characters.
I thought at first.
I hope he's not Mankind.
Mattkind?
The original Mankind was very good, though. The original Mankind in 1990. Yeah, that one. Is that 95, 96?
If Matt comes out in a Mankind mask, we're just done. It's done.
He's not coming on in a Mankind mask. But I do agree. If he did, we would be absolutely done.
Well,
so the New York can't make a run.
Just
a run. Just a run. Can they get through Cleveland?
Yes.
Kind of ends there.
Can they get past Milwaukee or Boston?
I don't know.
I'd say no. I feel like it's a little early for that in their run. It's interesting. Alan was here from ESPN Radio in New York, and he was asking us is this the people thinking about down the road? And it was just funny. I was like, absolutely not.
No.
Nobody is thinking about this as the start of anything, which is crazy. We probably should. To a certain degree.
Well, I think the furthest we've got is, man, how good is Keegan Murray going to be in a few years? I think that's the furthest we've gotten with down the road.
We don't even think we're going to be good next year.
No, it's not that we don't think we're going to be good.
We don't even.
I just don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. Let's look right now. For me, let's go 1-0 every day. Outside of that. Let's get to that moment because there's going to be moments along the way, and every Kings fan should enjoy this. Getting 176 points, getting you put back on national television. Enjoy this moment tonight at the Golden One Center. At some point, probably relatively soon, maybe as soon as this month, they're going to clinch a playoff spot. We're going to find out the night before because someone lost. And it's going to be if the Sacramento Kings beat the San Antonio Spurs. If the Sacramento Kings beat the Portland Trailblazers, they will have clinched their first playoff spot in 16 years. Enjoy that moment. And then when the playoffs get here, if you're at the arena, if you're at home, if you're downtown, if you're at Sky River Casino, wherever you are, enjoy that moment. We'll worry about the draft. We'll worry about free agency. We'll worry about TD and Trey Lyles and all of those guys, Harrison Barnes. We'll worry about them this offseason. You might as well save yourself the stress over Domas unless the CBA is ratified. And there's strong indications that might be. There's a CBA. There's a CBA. I shouldn't say ratified. A new CBA that changes the percentage in which a player can get a raise, basically. And that's what the Domas thing is it makes zero financial sense for Domas to sign an extension. It makes 100% sense for Domas to sign an entirely new contract. The kicker to that is the Kings have to let him become a free agent and sign him as a free agent. Now, that's one of the things that they wanted to change in the upcoming collective bargaining agreement that could absolutely help Sacramento. But there's no point in worrying about that because that's, as it stands right now, that's going to play out in the next offseason. Enjoy these little moments. We'll deal with the offseason and next year and all of that stuff in the offseason. But enjoy these moments. Kings fans have waited a very, very long time for this.
There's a thing that I'm going through with little Ryan, and I think I've talked about this before, about being a parent, and especially Ryan's probably it. I'm not gonna have any more kids, right? So you look at this situation, and it's like, oh man, I got to wake up early in the morning, and I got to feed her, and all this other stuff. The second she learns to hold her bottle, that's it. She will never in life need me to feed her again. So I embrace, I got to feed you. I got to hold your bottle. This little thing about life. I got to hold your bottle. You need me to hold your bottle. Because the one moment you realize I can hold it myself and I know how to do it, you'll never need me to do it again. I equate that to the Kings and what they're going through, because hopefully playoffs are a regular occurrence here moving forward. Hopefully that's what we'll do. How excited we are right now to be on the precipice of clinching a playoff spot, we may never feel again. This moment, then the dreams are going to get loftier and bigger. We'll be, we're not going to be satisfied with the first round appearance. We want to win a series, or we got to get to it's going to get loftier and loftier, and you're going to get further and further away from these moments right now, when in March, we are so happy to be the 2 seed. You know what I mean? Enjoy it. I used to talk about with the Yankees and the Lakers and stuff like that. Their fans, they won a lot of championships, and there's positives to that, and things to be happy about in that, right? They will never feel how I felt in 2010 with the San Francisco Giants, because it had never happened. It was so. It wasn't even a thought of the Giants winning a World Series. So it's a different feeling. I'm not saying you don't feel great for winning the 3rd championship in 5 years. That's great. And the Yankees number 27, you'll never know what it feels to feel that one. And other teams, Warrior fans, excited about, trying to get another championship run. And that's all good. You ain't feeling this. This is different, man. I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying the whole ride.
And it's going to have so much extra meaning because of the Golden One Center and Doko and relocation and the Maloofs and DeMarcus and Tyrese Halliburton and 12 head coaches and Alvin and Luke and Eric Musselman. It's all George Karl, snake in the grass emojis. It's all going to have so much more meaning and so much more emotion that, man, as Chris Jericho used to say during a different incarnation of his character, Drink it in, man. Drink it in. Many of us have waited a long time for this.
Did you see the Sports Illustrated article? Did you read that?
So I didn't. Like I've been sent. It's been sent to our company email like 4 times during the show, but I haven't had a chance to see it. No.
I read it this morning. It's good. Chris Herring, NBA writer that well respected, that I already was following.
Yeah.
I thought he did a good job. It wasn't like this extraordinary piece, but it laid out.
I remember when
all this meant pretty accurately.
I remember when he was crowdsourcing this on Twitter a couple weeks back. He took the Twitter. I don't remember the exact question he asked, but it was for Kings fans. I don't remember if it was like something directed at season ticket holders or what it was.
Yeah.
But I'm looking forward to reading that. I didn't get a chance
he laid
to
it
go.
out and also like it was just a year ago. He talks about it in the story when people were, for the first time ever, kind of done with the Kings, or as close as they've ever been to being done with the Kings. They were so upset with last year and how the way everything was playing out, and how that's flipped in 1 year. Good stuff, really good stuff. And then also there's like it's not a cover anymore. You know what I mean? But I know you've seen the De'Aaron Fox picture. Like if SI was still a physical magazine, it would be a cover. It would be it says the Return of the Kings, and De'Aaron Fox is on there, and an SI cover. We're old enough to remember. Come on, that's
SI
major.
Covers. Oh my
That's
gosh,
major.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I still have some. I still have a bunch of Sports Illustrated. Like those are basically the ones that I didn't recycle. Which covers do I like the most? I saved everyone that I had with Michael Jordan on it. I
now
saved.
You can have Michael Jordan rotating his face on your coffee table.
What y'all know about that? What y'all know about that hologram cover?
Yeah.
I still got that somewhere.
Yeah, I got it somewhere
The
too.
Sportsman of the Year. Still got that somewhere.
But yeah, the Kings essentially get an SI cover.
They didn't do us. They didn't do one for LeBron. Sitting up there in a black suit. Huh.
LeBron with coming home.
Yeah, I did that one. Well, he won Sportsman of the Year too, didn't he? Didn't he? Wasn't he wearing a black suit?
I don't know.
Yeah,
the black suit was well. It
was
might have
that
been
coming
for
home?
that, but that was coming home though.
Oh, I thought it
But
was.
I'm sure he
Sportsman
won
of the Year
Sportsman
one.
of the Year. Almost certain.
I think he owned several black suits also. He wore a hell of a black
The
suit.
last one was cold.
Oh, he wore a hell of a black suit when he broke the record. It was actually, I think, the last game he played. Like, he broke the record and said goodbye.
Oh, this reminds me real
Take
quick.
some time off.
So Ramsey says, took me to Gilroy to get the Slam magazine with De'Aaron Fox and Domantas Sabonis. That cover, maybe, so I got a 10-year-old. He's into basketball. Maybe he can, kind of get the same feeling that I got around that age. I'm going to get a subscription to Slam, the physical, copy. And I was like, hey, we'll, start it off with Domas and De'Aaron. This will be cool. Get a subscription. It's like $20 or something. No big deal. And the physical copy comes in the mail, and it's the damn New Orleans Pelicans. So what is this? They gave me the other regional cover. I was not happy about that.
Well, I'm sure Reese wasn't either, because Reese and I had an extended conversation about his NBA fandom last night.
Oh, that guy. Jeez. Come on, man. You got to do better, son.
He was asking me uncomfortable questions last night while you were messing around on your phone. I just want you to be aware of that. And I was trying to navigate
What did he
this.
say?
Well, there's an act in AEW that does some. They're a little questionable.
See, no, look, you answered him.
I did.
didn't answer.
I
He
made
asked me
it up. What
He said, "What are they doing?" I said, "I don't know."
I said, "That's their handshake." I made it up.
See, he asked me. He said, well, "What are they doing? What are they saying?" I don't
See,
know.
you're the dad. You don't have to answer. He came over to Uncle D'Lo. What's this? Oh, it's nothing, buddy. It's just their handshake.
Kenny gonna get a call from school in about 20 minutes. Hey, your son.
Oh
Yeah.
man,
couldn't be any worse than
crowd was
our
not.
DX shirts when we were. In
Well,
school.
that's true. I guess we can't be. Yeah, that's true. Literally had a shirt that said "Suck it" on the back.
All of our
Look,
generations are the same, bro.
just
We all
all
act like
bad.
we're not. We're all the same.
We just digest it all so differently. Matt George or some version of Matt George joins us, host of the Locked On Kings podcast and ABC 10. Our final countdown to the Kings and the Knicks tonight. We'll talk with Matt when we return here. We'll go commercial free to the top of the hour on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Oh, man. Yeah, she sure is. She sure is, Warren. I'm going to blame you. I was be like, man, we was sitting next to Warren.
That is hilarious. You're the one who had to answer those questions, though.
You asked me. I was like, I don't know, bro.
Kenny said, I don't know. I'm not old enough yet.
Don't worry about it. No.
It's just a handshake. Don't worry about it. We all be selling merch at Sky River. No, that's not really how our merch stuff works. It's a hell of an idea, though.
It is.
You know, if I did it tonight, no, it'd be close. It'd be close. Probably not. You probably got to go to DeLoandKC.com. That's the best way to go.
Maybe next time.
Yeah, maybe next time. We'll come up with some special gear for these events, like maybe stuff that we only sell at the events. Yeah.
Scissor Minto. That was funny.
See, I can answer who Al Snow is.
No.
I just don't want to answer who Head is.
What does everybody want?
Yeah, I just don't want to.
What does everybody need?
Oh man, I'm so excited to see how many of you are coming out on next Friday. That's awesome. You'll be putting us over big with our bosses.
Yeah.
We've always told them, our audience is pretty dope, man. They ride.
They're like, yeah.
And just show up to this event and no one's there. Be like, oh man, Georgetown fired Patrick Ewing.
Yeah, it was coming.
Yeah, it's not surprising. It's still sad to see.
Is that
oh
this
Lord, hang on. We the Twos? We the Twos?
Oh no.
What is?
Oh no. Be careful, Matt. Be careful. Why not?
Really milking this entrance, man. Oh, I'm with it.
Let's go, baby! Second seed! Come on!
What up, Oos?
Matty Oos. Oh Lord, we just got to look at the top of Matt's head. There he is.
I didn't think this far through.
That's all right.
That's all I had.
Oos.
Matty Oos.
I'm feeling oosy today.
Yeah, that's all right. That's
I'm
all
oosy.
right. That's fun. You going to do something about them flashing lights behind you, or are we just gonna
Flashing
we just gonna let that ride?
lights.
Please hold.
Do you know?
Please hold.
Yeah, because you could, because it was like in and out enough. It would be fine. Oh, I don't think Twitter even does that to us.
Anybody know? Bryce would know. Is this year all the picks that they're getting, the 49ers?
Yeah, they just announced them today. It's like, was it like 7?
7. Martin,
What's up, buddy?
Hey!
man?
Long time no be on show.
Yeah, we missed you last week. Stupid meetings. Are you going to the game?
Pff,
I don't know why I expect you to be
Am I
dressed.
going to the
game's
game?
like 4 hours away. It's like, why isn't Matt dressed for the game?
Because bits are more important.
I'm with it. I agree.
I may or may not have to like storm through my closet, throw crap on, and run out the door after this. But hey, anything for the bit.
I like it.
Gotta do what you gotta do, man. I ain't mad at it at all.
Good stuff. We should be back any second. any second. I got to listen to you and Jerry this morning. That was good stuff.
Oh, thank you. I mean, Jerry's just the GOAT.
Yeah.
Easiest pod in the world.
Yeah, Jerry.
Oh, the Kings do that too.
I hope Jerry comes out sometime this season.
I kind of tried to put him on the spot. I was like, I'm not going to ask you if you're going to be there or not, but everybody wants you there on if the Kings make the playoffs. Everybody expects you there game 1, but no pressure.
Just come out for one of them this year. You've earned it, Jerry.
Hey, there goes PJ Dozier.
What are you watching?
NBA Twitter account.
Oh, all right, man. Hang on. Live on the Odyssey app, live on Twitch, live on YouTube, and live with Matty Oos. Matt George making a grand entrance here on the show as he regularly does. Of course, Matt George, host of the Locked On Kings podcast, does great work over at ABC 10 as well. And Matt, like many, are feeling the Sacramento Kings being in the 2 spot. You know, we're having all of this fun with this. And the fact is, Matt, this is a tough game tonight for Sacramento with 2 really, really good ascending teams in their respective conferences.
Oh, I mean, finally the NBA and TNT got something right by making this this flex. I mean, it makes absolute sense with the ascension of these 2 teams. It's a shame that it took the Kings scoring 176 points in a game for them to realize that this team is entertaining and people outside of the respective cities playing want to actually pay attention and watch. But they made the right decision, and Sacramento is going to make them look even smarter by, regardless of the results of the game tonight, like Golden One Center is going to pop off. Like, we know it. They've 18,111 has been the number consistently that they've had, which is essentially their sellout and then some, including standing room only. If that number can be bigger, it's going to be bigger tonight. If it can't, it's going to be 18,111. And look, we saw what happened the last time a New York team, sorry, Kenny, last time a New York team came to Sacramento, didn't end too well for them. So I expect the same thing. No, I don't expect the same thing, but I expect a good environment. I expect fun. And this is another opportunity for the Sacramento Kings to remind everybody that they're not in the 2 seed because of a fluke. They're not in the 2 seed because of injury luck. They're not in the 2 seed because the Lakers helped them out, or John Morant decided to be an idiot, or Luka Doncic and the rest of the Western Conference is falling apart, including Kevin Durant. They're in the 2 seed because they've busted their ass all season. They've put themselves in this position, and it's not their fault if everybody else starts to slide or whatever happens to other teams. That don't matter, because the Sacramento Kings are doing what they can do, which is controlling their future by going 7-1 since the All-Star break, during a period of time where Kings fans and everybody was thinking that the lack of experience was going to be what tore this team down. They're overcoming that and then some.
I think tonight is going to be electric. I think this team, I talked about it after the break, I guess it was, and Terrence Davis, and they were talking about.
Yeah, I expect Terrence Davis to go for 41 tonight. I don't know about y'all.
But he was talking about how he was thinking about it all break, about like breaking the curse.
Yeah.
I think this team, man, they are, I don't want to say always, but I think a lot of the time they are ready for the moment. They understand the moments. They are ready for the moment. Last time they were on TNT, they showed up and showed out. This game right here tonight, we talk about the drought and all this other stuff and how I thought they were going to come out of the break, and they've come out just as good. They're going to be ready for the moment. Ready for the moment. I think they're going to ball out tonight. I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, I think the game against the Brooklyn Nets was, and I said on that particular night, I don't think it mattered who their opponent was that night. I think the Sacramento Kings took that floor looking to prove a point, looking to say, hey, we belong on this stage. Our 0-4 start isn't a proper reflection of who we are. And the 16-year playoff drought doesn't define this team. Like, this team is different. I hope they take the floor tonight almost with the same mindset. Yeah, we're the number 2 seed. Yeah, we deserve to be here, but y'all still aren't giving us the respect we deserve. We're going to be on national television a lot more when it comes to the NBA playoffs starting in a month. But as for right now, we're still having to pull teeth to get us this recognition. So now that we have it, we're going to remind you again why we should have it more. I expect that mindset from the Sacramento Kings tonight. I don't think they should be afraid of anybody. I think they should look at the New York Knicks with a lot of respect, like they're looking in the mirror and say, we like what you're doing, but you're on our turf and we have a point to prove. I know the Knicks are going to be pissed off because they just got their streak snapped. I would have rather the Knicks come in here with that streak so we could have seen, or that could have just added to the storyline. Either way, I expect a war, and I expect it to be exciting. I expect it to be fun, and I think it's fair to say I expect the Kings to come out on top.
Yeah, it's going to be something for sure. You've mentioned a couple of times, you mentioned with us, and of course, as an avid listener of Locked On Kings podcast, I know that this has been a discussion that you had over there as well. And you kind of mentioned this. Kings aren't in this position because of injury luck. And one, couldn't agree more. Two, Alan Hahn of ESPN New York joined us earlier and pointed out, New York has been healthy too. Like, New York doesn't load manage. New York plays. Julius Randle has played every game this season. And I think that's one of the really unique components about this matchup and these two teams is that they have guys who have been busting their ass and grinding all year. Every game that they're available to play, they're going out there and playing. I think there's a lot of similarities between these two teams tonight.
There are definitely a lot of similarities, but going back to the injury luck thing, like I find that just incredibly disrespectful and disingenuous to talk about, to undermine what a team is doing just because they've stayed healthier. First off, that should be more of a credit to the training staff and to the organization than it should be a hindrance. Not to mention, if you actually pay attention to what the Sacramento Kings are going through, you have your 3-time All-Star center playing through a fractured thumb, a narrative that he turned off within 2 games. Like, we were talking nonstop. Look at the thumb. It's wrapped. Oh my God. 2 games later, no one cared. And he still has that thumb wrapped. He's still playing through that injury, but nobody talks about it anymore because he played through it. De'Aaron Fox had to literally be told not to play against New Orleans. That was Mike Brown's decision, not De'Aaron's. And De'Aaron's been playing banged up all season with his wrist injury, with the hamstring injury he's dealing with right now. You've had guys play through injuries all season long, really only sitting out when the training staff or when the coaches are making that decision for them. So how are we holding that against the Sacramento Kings? You know how big of a fan I am of James, but he said earlier this week on your guys' show, he said, I think the only difference between where the Kings are at and the New Orleans Pelicans, Minnesota Timberwolves is that the Kings haven't been healthy. The Kings have been healthy and those two teams haven't. I find that disrespectful to the Sacramento Kings and what they've done. I know he didn't mean it that way, but I think that's underselling and undermining what the Kings have done. I believe if Zion Williamson and De'Aaron Fox were completely healthy the other night, the Kings still would have beat the New Orleans Pelicans by 20 because the Kings are the better team. Like, the Minnesota Timberwolves beat the Sacramento Kings. Fair play to them. Anthony Edwards is fantastic. But I think the Sacramento Kings are a better team than the Minnesota Timberwolves, and they've proven it throughout the course of the season. You can have bad matchups, but the Kings are still in a position that they deserve to be in, not because they've stayed healthy and everybody else haven't, because they've beaten everybody else, because they're the best team on the road in the Western Conference. Let's start focusing on that and focusing on what this team does right instead of working as hard as national and some local media are working to find negativity about this team. You don't have to work that hard.
Well, to be fair to James, I think more the discussion was more like, look around the league. Obviously, it's magnified today more so than it was a few days ago. But you look around and you've had, the conversations about Kawhi Leonard being in and out of the season. You've had Kevin Durant already miss a chunk of time, likely to miss another chunk of time. You had the conversation was more just Karl Anthony Towns has been out. Brandon Ingram has been out. Zion Williamson has been out. I think it was more along the lines of, God, look at all of these injuries that have happened across the league, and less, the Kings are only here because of this, only here because they stayed healthy. Health is a big part of it. And what Kenny and I have been saying for months, or at least a month, don't apologize for being healthy.
Right.
That's not something you have to apologize for. It's not our fault that the team stayed healthy. And by the way, healthy includes one of your best players playing with a broken freaking hand.
Well,
I think full context is important to that.
No, I understand that, and I hear that completely. I knew the Chatty House was going to do this, so I shouldn't have to preface it by saying, but I will preface it by saying I have nothing but the utmost respect for James. Again, I don't think he was trying to undermine what the Sacramento Kings are doing. I just took issue with what he and others have said over the course of the season, which is it's the health that's leading to this more than what the Sacramento Kings are doing on the floor. Now, I don't know if James.
But that's important though. Like that, we can't pretend like that. Like them being healthy isn't important in the equation.
Well, absolutely,
it's very important. But it's also assuming that if everybody's healthy, the Kings can't compete.
Exactly.
And I don't think that's fair either. Like if New Orleans stayed healthy the whole time and the Kings stayed healthy too, I think the Kings could play with them, could beat them. You know, like it's the same thing I talk about when people talk about the schedule. Like, oh man, schedule's brutal. Well, the Kings are on their schedule too. Like the Kings ain't no pushover. The Suns' schedule is brutal because the Kings is on there. The Clippers' schedule is brutal to finish because the Kings are on there. And there's a thought that the Kings are like kind of just like getting by because they're healthy or whatever. And final 25 games of the season, playoffs, when things really ramp up, they won't be able to compete. And I don't know what they need to do outside of.
So let's do this. Let's do this. James is here tomorrow. Like, let's not talk about what James meant or what we think James means. Like, if we're talking about health and all that, and that was the catalyst of this whole conversation. Let's all do it when we're together.
No,
we're able to do that.
That's fine. I'm not even talking about James though. I'm just saying in general, because I read or listen to a lot of people all over the place, and it's kind of like what you mentioned yesterday. They look at it as like a cute little story or whatever. But if Paul George and Kawhi step up, they won't be able to compete and all this other stuff. And I don't understand why that's the case. I mean, maybe they're just going purely off history.
Well, I think we talked about this the other day. I think part of it is the offense.
True,
I think people
true,
and Matt, part of the reason I think there's this perception is people think the offense is cute. Oh, it's cute. Look at all those. But they ain't going to be able to do that in the playoffs. There's zero history that says that's the case. But I think people find teams. I think it's why the national media, it's why they take the New York Knicks more seriously than they do the Kings. Two really good offenses, but the Knicks are better defensively. I don't think people take the Kings offense seriously.
Oh, I think that's fair too. And again, I wouldn't have brought up James if I knew the direction that it was going to go in, as if James is like the catalyst of this negativity. He's absolutely not. Like,
James is Captain Negative. Hey, no, James is Captain Negative.
No, but this is a narrative. The Kings' health and their luck to be in the position that they're in has been a topic of conversation throughout the year on the national scene. Now it's, the Kings are lucky that Ja Morant made a stupid decision and the Grizzlies are falling apart. Oh, now the Kings are lucky because Kevin Durant might be out the two times they face. That's not the Kings' problem. That's not the Kings' prerogative.
I don't mean to cut you off. You hear it a lot, and maybe this is where I'm hearing it from. You hear it a lot from Lakers fans. Laker fans are, if we had the health of the Kings, then stop.
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 Well, we ain't even discussing what Laker fans are talking about. Sit down and shut up. You ain't even got a seat at the table. Sit down and shut up. Go enjoy Jared Vanderbilt and keep your mouth shut. Jesus. And you know what? This is why Twitter is stupid, because when we say we hear this, we see this, this comes from Twitter. We need to stop it. We need to go back to ignoring people on Twitter.
Unfortunately, I've heard it a lot from ESPN national analysts too, that are not trying to walk stuff back.
Probably best to ignore some of them too.
It is what it is. Look, regardless, I don't like the idea of the Sacramento Kings being disrespected, saying that they've just stayed healthy, when if you actually pay attention, you see the amount of guys that are playing through injuries and don't need load management days and don't need to only play 65 games a year because they need to gear up for the playoffs. I know the Sacramento Kings have never been in that position to gear up for the playoffs in the history of De'Aaron Fox's career, but he ain't taking nights off, and he damn well knows that once they make the playoffs, he's going to be playing 40 minutes a night. He don't care. He's trying to win right now. So like when Kawhi Leonard didn't play when the Kings beat the Clippers in Sacramento. So freaking what? That's Kawhi's choice. That's the Clippers' choice. That's not the Kings' problem. And Kawhi Leonard did play in Los Angeles, and the Kings still kicked their ass in Los Angeles. And yes, a 1-point win, 176-175, considered to me kick ass, because the Kings won that game.
Wins. Kick their ass twice.
That's absolutely 1 point, 10 points.
Backhanded them, boy.
Don't matter.
I think the final score might have been like 302 to 300 or something.
that always cracked me up when I said that about the Niners beating the Cowboys. Backhanded their asses.
Yeah.
They didn't like that.
You're a child when it comes to that damn team, I swear.
Backhanded them Clippers, boys. Smacked them boys around.
I swear. De'Aaron didn't play in the Pelicans game, and one thing that we were excited to see is a second straight start for Davion.
Mm.
Playing really well. Davion has had some high moments this year. He's had some low moments this year. But the fact that he has stepped in for De'Aaron Fox the last 2 times De'Aaron was out, that may catapult him a little bit further to get more comfortable back in his normal position in that reserve role tonight.
I think Davion deserves a whole lot of credit. And I think you and I discussed this on Locked On Kings, D-Lo, but it seems like Davion is playing his game. It seems like he's not coming in and trying to be more than what he is. He's recognizing the talent that around him. First off, I think it's phenomenal the Sacramento Kings can go into a game without their leading scorer, their 25-point per game scorer, have Kevin Huerter drop that 25 for them and still get 6 other players in double figures, even with De'Aaron Fox out. Like this Kings team, you go through their box scores, you see win after win after win of 6 or 7 guys in double figures. Like I know we've heard Keegan and Kevin and so many different guys say, yeah, we know we can score. But it's getting to a point. It's special at this point to have a roster that's this deep and capable of all scoring in double figures consistently, especially on a night where the guy that draws so much attention, because De'Aaron being out doesn't just mean you're losing 25 points per game. De'Aaron being out means you lose a presence on the court that opens up so much opportunity for everybody else. Plus, the Sacramento Kings won the minutes that both Fox, because of injury, and Domantas Sabonis, because of rotation, were off the floor. That's significant. And Davion Mitchell had a massive part to play in that. When he hits his threes, he's fantastic. We know what he provides on the defensive end of the floor. The DPOG chain is basically made for him, and he's making the smart plays. Plus, like, I give Kevin Huerter a lot of credit, not just for how he scored, but he had 8 assists in that game. Like, this Kings team knows how to play together. They play together like 3 years into the Dubs dynasty. Like they look like, now I'm not saying they're that good, but I'm saying they play together like they have confidence in each other and know where each other's going to be. And the fact that they've been together for less than a calendar year and are playing like that makes you think, okay, they can even improve, or at the very least, what they're doing offensively is repeatable for years to come.
The Kings have, like you mentioned, had a deep roster and guys that step up when guys are down or some guy isn't playing good, somebody steps in. I think nobody encapsulates that more than Trey Lyles and what he's been able to provide coming off the bench, whether it's playing the backup 4 at one point. Now it seems like he's a backup 5. He gets in there and does whatever's needed at that time. I know, Matt, me and you, we've talked about this before, about the importance of having him back next year. But let's just say this year, we'll leave next year and future years out of it. This year going into the playoffs, how valuable is what he brings off the bench to the potential success of this team moving forward?
Oh, I think it's massive. One, because as Mike Brown shrinks his rotation like I expect to happen in the playoffs, I think Trey Lyles is your backup 5. I think Trey Lyles is the guy out there spacing the floor when Domantas Sabonis is out of the game. That's number 1. Number 2, like Trey Lyles has become a top 3 king for me because he's so damn consistent. He's so solid. He's making the right decisions. He's taking the challenges on. He's physical, crashing the glass and tries to get involved rebounding wise, even though he's undersized. We know he can shoot. He's good putting the ball on the floor, and he's there for you every night. Now, that doesn't mean he's not going to have bad games and bad scoring nights from time to time like everybody else has, but you can pencil Trey Lyles in as not just consistent numbers, but you can pencil him as a consistent threat. And I think that's what's valuable off the bench is defenses have to respect Trey Lyles when he's on the floor, meaning whoever Trey is playing with, whether it's Malik Monk in the second unit or when he's out there with Fox and Sabonis at times, like he's out there on the perimeter. You have to keep an eye on where he's at because he can hurt you. I think Trey Lyles should be a day 1 or day 2 free agency target for the Sacramento Kings next year. I think locking him up quickly, it might not be the biggest firework move, and it'll have a lot of people outside Sacramento going, okay.
That's because they don't pay attention.
100%. And that's fine. Let them and let other fan bases undermine what Trey Lyles has done. The Sacramento Kings got Trey Lyles from Marvin Bagley. How is that possible? And when that trade happened, Dante DiVincenzo was the big guy that we were talking about. Trey Lyles has come in here, carved out an excellent role for himself, and he has my confidence when he needs to play important minutes, when he needs to be out there during runs or with the second unit or even at times with the first unit, he can hold that spot down. That's everything and more that you can ask out of someone at that spot.
I think Mike's having a rebounding talk today. He's done it publicly a couple of times with guys like Kevin Huerter, Keegan. Thank you, Keegan Murray. The Knicks rebound the ball well, and they were obliterated on the boards when they played back in December. I'm going to guess. I don't know, Matt. I think Mike might be having a rebounding talk with his guys before tonight's game.
I certainly hope so. And I hope he and the rest of his coaching staff are in a room together trying to figure out what to do to just slow down Julius Randle. Because, boy, in his Knicks career, he cooks in Sacramento. Last time he was in Sac, I think he dropped over 40. Like, Julius Randle, he's like Anthony Edwards. He loves the Nets. He loves the rims in Sacramento for some reason. It seems like a lot of teams, a lot of shooters love the rims and love the Nets in Sacramento with how they shoot in this building. But Julius Randle has demolished the Kings offensively. So now we know the Kings can score with anybody. But if you aren't too careful, especially if Jalen Brunson plays and the rest of this talented Knicks roster, yeah, Julius Randle could go for 40, but you could have another couple right behind him in the 20s. And then if you're getting 80 points out of 3 guys, I don't care how much you're scoring, you're probably in a world of hurt. So I don't expect the Kings to stop Julius Randle. I don't expect the Kings to stop anybody. But I expect the Kings to keep it close, make him work as hard as possible, make everybody work as hard as possible, put yourself in a position in the fourth quarter and in the second half to have that defensive improvement that we've started to become accustomed to, and then ride your offense the rest of the way. Kings score 125 points tonight. I think they're in a really, really good spot to win this game. But, I mean, Julius Randle, damn well in his Sacramento, feels like he could score 125 on his own sometimes.
24, 10, and 3 against the Kings. Those are Julius's
in the
averages.
game he got thrown out in.
Well, those are his averages.
Oh, average.
One of those games does include a game he got thrown out in.
He's a problem. But Matt, you mentioned it, and I completely agree. If the Knicks better be careful, because if they get suckered into trying to, like I always say, outscore the Kings, it's not how you get them. That's not how you get them. So if we do get into the 125 or something, and I think I heard this from James, like in the last 7 games or something like that, the Kings are averaging like 130 something, averaging like 130, like something crazy. So they better bring Thibodeau and that Knicks team better bring their defensive back with them, because if they think like we're just going to score because we can score too, we're going to score with the Kings, that ain't it. That's not it. They'll get you damn near every time.
There have been 2 teams that have held the Kings under 100. The Knicks were one of them on the road. Now, if I remember correctly, one, De'Aaron Fox didn't play in that game.
Correct.
Which is a big deal, a little kind of important. Number 2 is, if I remember, that game was physical as all hell, and the officiating felt a little bit one-sided in that game in Madison Square Garden. I'm not blaming the loss on that.
That's hard to believe.
But, I mean, this has nothing to do with the Kings, but, man, I was like Fred VanVleet when he went off. Oh, boy, I was standing ovation in my house at 12 o'clock at night when I saw that.
We all were.
So, God, thank God for him. And look, I just hope it's a game where officiating always plays a factor. And for the most part, it's not as big of a factor as some make it out to be, or fans make it out to be, or sometimes the media makes it out to be. I just hope that's not. I want to see the best against the best. It's just a slugfest tonight. Like these 2 exciting up-and-coming teams, one with a defensive-minded coach, well, both with defensive-minded coaches, although Mike Brown has unlocked the best offense or best offensive rating in league history right now. Let them go. Like, let them run at each other. Let them put on a show. Let them draw the attention that they deserve to both organizations, and may the best one win. But if we start getting into if this game becomes kind of a grinded out, slow, I mean, even though the Kings can have success in the half-court style, but the Kings aren't getting stops and getting out in transition, it might be a long night for Sacramento. But with the energy that I expect to be in that building and how the Kings expect to feed off of it, I'm expecting fireworks tonight. I'm expecting fun.
The other team to hold the Kings under 100 was
Toronto.
Indeed.
And that game still feels like a fluke upon flukes. Like, I understand Toronto did a good job defensively. I give them full credit. And they're a long team, and length and physicality the Kings have trouble with.
They were fired up.
Yeah, they were ready to go, and Sacramento couldn't hit water if they fell out of a boat in that game. So, and they've proven from that point on that, like, there can be fluky performances like that. I remember after that night going, oh God, did someone finally figure out the Kings is the blueprint out there? We haven't seen anything remotely close to that since. So, and that includes the long road trip the Kings went on. So I'm not too worried about that.
And 2 things about that previous Knicks game, held them under 100.
Mm-hmm.
They scored 99.
That's right. So that's right.
Yeah. And then, like you guys,
it's under 100 though.
Yeah. No De'Aaron Fox. Only 10 of 39 from beyond the arc.
20 assists, I believe, was the number 2.
20 assists, correct.
Yeah.
I was really concerned about the 3-point shooting of the team going into the All-Star break. And the reason why is because we heard so many people talking about, hey, tired legs, like that's what it is. And I wanted to believe that was true, but I was nervous that it wasn't, that we were putting all of our hope into that and they were going to come out and if they were still flat from 3-point shoot. Well, those concerns are gone because since the All-Star break, Tyler Lake's definitely had something to do with it because since the All-Star break, Sacramento has been shooting really, really well from 3-point range as a team too, which is just another example, another reminder of how this team has shown an ability to correct mistakes or overcome slow patches of the season or down parts of the season. And the fact that even during that rough shooting stretch, they were still an over 500 team over that stretch suggests that, man, what can they do when everything's firing on all cylinders? And I still think we've yet to see that.
I wanted to look this just because I really wanted to see it myself. The last 7 games, Kings are averaging 133 points. But as I was looking at the game log, I was like, it seems like there's a lot of 130s like outside of that. I was able to stretch it to 12, which is that starts following the loss to the Pacers and the loss to the Pelicans.
Okay.
In the 12 games since, 130.6 points per game.
Is that good?
It's not bad.
Jeez.
It's not bad.
Boy,
I mean,
averaging one.
what was the number? Is it 15 and 2?
When
The amount of time their record
16 and 2.
16 and 2 when they score 130 points or more.
Yeah. That's crazy.
And that only includes
saying it. Just score more and you'll win.
Score more.
Is that just 1 overtime game or is that 2 overtime games? Which, by the way, we've glossed over the fact that the Sacramento Kings are undefeated in overtime too. They're 3-0 in OT, and 2 of them are on the road. Like again, that shows experience that we didn't think this team had.
Well, the number one thing that stands out to me, Matt, when because we often talk about, and I think some of the stuff we were talking about earlier were like media narratives, fan narratives, Twitter narratives, for God's sakes, Laker narratives. But the thing to me that resonates most, like, hey, this none of that matters. Every single time I hear De'Aaron Fox talk, every time he's talking with a level of maturity I don't think in which he's talked before. He's talking about, like, we asked ourselves, we've asked all, can they just keep scoring 130 points 60 some odd games into the season? Yes, they can continue to score 130 points a game, or 118 points, or 120 points per game, or whatever the actual 64 game number is. But every time De'Aaron Fox talks, it's with the highest level of confidence that, starting with, I can get any shot I want to.
Leadership.
Like leadership. Yesterday, like I'm sure you were with De'Aaron yesterday, Matt. Kenny and I popped when we got the sound of want to be healthy when we get to the play. He mentioned the playoffs like 3 times in less than 90 seconds. And it's like De'Aaron knows the assignment. He's locked in. He's
leadership.
Ready. Yeah, he's a leader.
No, he made that perfectly clear with how he was in Salt Lake City. Like some people thought he was diminishing the honor of being or of playing in the All-Star game. That wasn't it at all. He was happy for the recognition. He's been wanting that his entire career. He got it, and he enjoyed the recognition that came with being an All-Star. But as soon as the game was over, he was asked, hey, from this point on, now what? And he's like, nah, this is over. Like, this is over with. It's right back to work. And the cool confidence, I think, comes from 2 areas. 1, De'Aaron knows that he can get wherever he wants and score whenever he wants. And 2, he knows that when he has to score, when he has to put the team on his back, he's fresh enough to do it because Monte McNair has surrounded him with a supporting cast that he can put complete faith in for 3 quarters if he has to. De'Aaron Fox can roll into the 4th quarter with 10 points, end the game with 30. It's not surprising to us anymore. And the Kings win. And he's rolling into the 4th quarter with 10 points, not because he's 3 of 9 from the field. It's because he's 4 of 5, and he just hasn't had to shoot that much. And now, I mean, the only time you see De'Aaron Fox get frustrated, because this is the most texts he's ever had in his career, is that he's not getting the whistles and not getting to the free throw line nearly as much as he's used to. Which, by the way, when he is getting to the free throw line, he's hitting at a highest clip of his career to this point. Plus, he's playing better defensively too. Like, the fact that De'Aaron Fox, for the first time in his career, and it's no disrespect to the player, he's played with good players over the course of his career here in Sacramento. It's no disrespect to them, but he can go into every single game, every single night, knowing that there's more than 2 guys that have his back that can carry him through if he ever struggles. And on top of that, he can sit on the bench against a team in the Western Conference playoff race like he did the other night and watch 7 guys put up 20 points, and his best friend has the fewest amount with 11 or something like that. Sorry, put up double digits. And Malik Monk has the fewest with 11. So no wonder De'Aaron Fox has that confidence. Like, He knows he can get anywhere, and he knows his team can almost get anywhere too.
Absolutely. Hey, Matt, have a little fun with us real quick, man. We had a guy from ESPN New York on the show to start the season, Alan Hahn.
To start the show.
What I said?
We didn't talk to him to start the season. That would have been weird.
Is this a season premiere?
We might do it next year. I don't know.
Maybe we will. Maybe we will. Kings Knicks opening night. Alan Hahn back with us.
Well, after the NBA Finals, when we're recapping the NBA Finals. This
Good
week.
point.
Run it
That's a
back.
good point.
Coming up soon. But he asked us the question that we were kind of like not prepared for and never thought about. And he was like, hey, you guys are having such a great year out in New York. They're doing the same thing. And people are looking at it like this is the start of, a run of like 2, 3, 4 years, like where they're going to be really good. And he's like, are you guys feeling the same way out here? And we're like, we haven't thought about next year, not once or anything in the past. Have you thought about that at all? Like, is this the start of, a little bit of a, not run, because I don't mean it in a championship way, but just a good run of good, consistent playoff basketball. Have you thought about that at all?
I've thought about it very little because I think a lot needs to happen before I can even consider that. But I've thought about it from the sense that, okay, what the Sacramento Kings are doing this year, is this a Cinderella year? Is this an amazing run? Or is this repeatable? Like, can the Kings not only repeat what they're doing right, but build upon what they're doing wrong? So that's where I've paid a lot of attention to this season, and the answer is yes. Like, a lot of what they're doing right, they can repeat. Plus, like, I think there's a whole nother level to De'Aaron Fox we still haven't seen yet. That's going to come out in the playoffs, or hopefully will come out if he's the guy that the Kings think that he is. And for everything he's proven this year, he is that guy. Like, I think we're going to get a lot of context in these playoffs. So that's why I say I have no expectations for these playoffs. Now, I was having this conversation with Chris Biederman from the Sacramento Bee at a Kings game, and he made some really good points. Like, if the Kings roll into the opening round of the playoffs with home court advantage, regardless of their opponent, it's a disappointment if they lose that series. I understand. And I'm not saying that I wouldn't be disappointed if the Kings are a first round exit. I would be very disappointed. And I think it's like a lock that the Kings will not be swept. Like, I feel very confident in that. You're not beating this team just 4 straight times. They've shown an ability to make an adjustment regardless of how different playoff basketball is. But to me, the context of these, however many games they play in the postseason, is going to tell us what Monty needs to do this offseason, and then is going to tell us what can be built upon for next year. So is this supporting cast really as good as we think it is? Well, if they perform well in the playoffs, if De'Aaron Fox is coming into the playoffs and he averages 35 points a game in the playoffs, but the Kings are a first round exit, okay, well, we've seen De'Aaron can be there. We've seen Sabonis can be there. Maybe we need to upgrade the second unit a little bit. Maybe defense really is that bad and Monty needs to go hard on getting some wing depth. Maybe some guys perform so well. Harrison Barnes plays so well. It's like, okay, Monty, you have to go out and get this guy back. There's a lot of context we're missing for the future that I need before I think too far about that. But I'm also just trying to live in the moment and enjoy this incredible run that we've been on, because this has been a season of dreams, not just for Kings fans, but for a media member that covers the team and talks about the team every single day. This is exactly what we've been asking for.
This from Sham Sharania. Kevin Durant is expected to be reevaluated in 2 weeks with his left ankle sprain and return based on the rehab progress. The reevaluation in 2 weeks. If he is cleared, that sets up nicely for his first game, March 24th, at the Golden One Center against the Sacramento Kings.
Bring it.
So if it's 2 weeks in a day, the Kings will have 2 games with Phoenix with no Kevin Durant. By the way, they've already played Kevin Durant lists Phoenix Suns teams twice. They've lost to both of them. So KD obviously unavailable for Saturday's game against the Sacramento Kings. And the plan looks like he may return for the matchup the 24th at the Golden One Center.
Good.
All good.
I welcome it.
I want to see KD.
Absolutely.
Get your ass over here in Sacramento. Let me watch greatness.
Absolutely.
It's going to be good. And then I'll take KD out. Hey, look up. Look at that purple light shining in the sky.
He's already seen it before.
Oh, yeah.
He saw it on national TV.
He had to podcast about it. That ass whooping was so bad. Kevin Durant had to podcast about it.
2 episodes the whole year. One when we was going to Phoenix, and that after that Kings game.
Let's come back and talk about the ass whooping we got in Sacramento. Let me tell you all about Shemezi Metu. Man.
He told Eddie, he said, yo, you don't believe what I just saw, bro. I got to talk about what I just saw because you couldn't guard these dudes. I ain't never seen nothing like this. You couldn't guard them.
That's amazing. Absolutely amazing. I'm excited for tonight, man.
Yeah.
I'm excited for tonight.
Remember, I told people earlier, I'll say it again. You might want to leave a little earlier. It's going to be what you say, Matt, like 18,100 or something like that. It's going to be filled to the brim, national TV. I would leave maybe 20 to 30 minutes earlier than you normally would for a 7 o'clock start because it's going to be popping out there.
It's going to be nuts. It's going to be fantastic. I mean, I would hope to see a scene outside of the Golden One Center in the build-up that suggests maybe a sneak preview to what the playoffs are going to be, although I don't think there's really much we could do to scratch the surface of how downtown is going to be for that first playoff game and for any playoff game that the Kings host. But no, I expect the energy to be off the hook. But Sacramento always shows out for national TV games when they get them. I mean, they always have because they recognize it's their opportunity to send a reminder to the rest of the world. Hi, we're not just a cow town with cowbells, although we lean into that very, very heavily. And we're still here, even if we haven't seen playoff basketball in nearly 2 decades. We're still here and we never left. And I mean, I think Kings fans always relish the opportunity to remind other fan bases who are uninformed and take those cheap shots, like how does Sacramento still have an NBA team and Seattle doesn't? I always take the opportunity to remind them this is why. This is why Stern believed in us. This is why David Stern Walk is right outside of the arena is because of this right here and what we're building. And the Golden One Center's best basketball is right around the corner, which is extremely exciting. I feed off that energy and that love of Kings fans, man. And just to see the excitement, the build up, the amount of people that were Kings fans when I was a kid who have started to reach out to me and send me texts and be like, man, is this team for real? Are they really going to do it? I'm like, yeah, start paying attention. Well, I got to get out to a game. Well, don't ask me for tickets. Like that's pretty much how every conversation goes. I love it. I love the city rallying behind it. And tonight's another opportunity for them to show it.
One of my favorite things is when I know I'm pretty sure the show is ending when we're walking around the hallway and man, you guys are doing a great job. You guys are killing it right now. Mm-hmm. This is easy. We haven't worked in a full basketball year at this point. Like we're just sitting here talking Kings, man. What's more fun and easy than that? Yeah. But yeah, it's good for everybody when the Kings are rolling the way that they are, man. And obviously, we hope they continue to do that tonight. And it's going to be fun. 2 really good teams. The only thing that separates the Kings and the Knicks is one quick playoff run that the Knicks had a couple of years ago. Mm-hmm. But the the Knicks, they were away from the playoffs for a long, long time. So seeing these 2 teams ascend right now is fun. Great stuff as always, Matt. You know how much we appreciate you. Matty Oos, Matt George, Locked On Kings podcast, ABC 10. If you want more Kings talk, don't go anywhere. Alan Hahn, Will Z, Maybach O, Brian Anderson, Matt George. We're going to run it back next on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320.
Let's go, Kings.
I ain't never read that many guests before. I'm like, dang. I'm like, man. We're going to run the whole show back. That's good stuff. That's good stuff.
You know, I joke that Sacramento is a new Mecca. Basketball. New York is the Mecca. Right now, I got to be honest, Las Vegas might be the Mecca of basketball.
They got
like 6 conference tournaments going on in Vegas right now. That's crazy. They had West Coast. They got the WAC, Mountain West, Big West, Pac-12. Maybe it's 5.
Okay.
I feel like there's another one.
They can't be the Mecca.
It's crazy.
They can't.
It's crazy.
Be the Mecca. Guys, we have to shut the live stream down because I got to get into a meeting and then I got to drive apparently in what appears to be another monsoon. Hit the thumbs up before you go. Please hit the thumbs up before you go. Hit the subscribe buttons as well. And then make the note on your calendar. Make the note in your iPhone. Next Friday, 1 week from Friday.
Yeah.
Sky River Casino, the very first live edition of D-Lo and KC. And I saw, I don't know if I should have started. It's me. Someone said, man, y'all need to have a sponsorship from Sky River. Tune in on Monday. As a matter of fact, tune in tomorrow. We'll see y'all tomorrow here on D-Lo and Casey. I don't know.